Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's alright. Checking out if everything is okay. I will use the live control panel. Yep. Put this here. There we go. Note that I see the stream quality at the same time, which is excellent. I'm gonna touch the wood, but we've been having a pretty stable and pretty steady stream lately, so which is pretty nice. So okay, I got a new icon here. This is interesting. Okay, so pretty cool. Nice to have you here, guys, as we're going to start. We're supposed to have nasty weather coming our way in the next couple of hours, so we'll see what let me check here. I'm going to check the radar. So if you look at the radar, you know, there's some really nasty weather around Montreal area. If you guys could see the red and big thunderstorms. There were some huge thunderstorms this morning, but with a lot of rain, and we're supposed to have more late, like early this evening. So we're going to be looking out for the weather, see if it turns bad. And we had some warm weather this week. We were in the 80s for several days this week. Actually took the time to put up the air conditioning because we need it. Definitely. So the air conditioning is up, and things seem to be okay now. So with the warm weather, it was just perfect. Cool yourself a little bit. But we're supposed to have like another week or two of cool weather here. So it was just a little temporary look at summer. Okay. Okay, everyone, let's start this, and everything seems okay. So welcome to this live show. This is a radio show and a live YouTube stream, actually, that talks about radio. Shortwave radio is the main focus, but all kinds of radio is welcome, anywhere from long wave to the high UHF range. Scanner radios, anything goes. It's as long as it's radio, we talk about it. And sometimes we talk about other stuff as we change subjects sometimes a little bit. But overall, the main subject here is, of course, about radio. So it's nice to have all of you here. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. So that is pretty cool. And this is, of course, where we talk about and answer questions and, whatever, every Saturday at 20 UTC. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And I'm here to hopefully entertain you and we'll do a little radio listening, and maybe we'll check out some more decoding of digital signals like last week. A lot of people enjoyed that. So that could be something else to do today and check out. I will remind everybody, well, first of all, we have a chat room that is with beautiful people that are just great. So if you want to, let me just, I'm a little, this is okay. I'm looking for a email that I sent myself that I don't find. Tomorrow, okay, so there's a beautiful chat room. I'm just going to link, I'm just going to do here, forward me, link, okay, 9 May, that's this. Here we go. So, I just want to make sure that I have a link here. Okay. So there's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. I think we have the greatest people of all here. It's as simple as that. And once this is over, we have a Facebook page, which is also very, very nice with lots of activity. And that is pretty cool. We're going to talk about that a little bit. RJ Dakota, Ted Randall passed away on May 11th. I'll actually read. I have a obituary that popped up, and we'll read the obituary. But Ted Randall just died on May 11th. For those that don't know, and he was behind the WRMI Legends show. So we'll talk about that a little bit soon. So tomorrow, for everybody, anyone that wants to join, guys, there's a Zoom tomorrow, a Zoom meetup. So if you want to join our Zoom meetup at 20 hours UTC, tomorrow, May 18th, Sunday, here's the link to the Zoom. You got to register, and right now we have 25 people that have registered to be with us on a Zoom. Hopefully, I'm hoping more people will actually join. So we'll cross our fingers. I'd like to have a lot more than just 25, if possible. It's open to everybody, not just people that donate. The Zoom is going to be interesting. It's a different aspect. We can see each other, and the interaction is not the same. So learn a little more about each other also at the same time. So why not register? And I'll, of course, post the link several times during the live show today for anyone that wants to join the Zoom meetup, which will be, again, a lot of fun tomorrow. So this is going to be great. Don't forget, we also have, if you love what I do, and I'm here every Saturday, and you find it interesting, and you like the fact that there's a live show every Saturday, it's kind of your entertainment. Well, just think about it. Maybe a little donation. You could do it through the super chat. Always, one of the things I want to always say is that it's not always to the same people to donate. It'd be fun to have a little more variety, not just a core little group, small group that donates all the time. Think about it. It's entertainment, and costs money to do all of this. Work hard to do it, all of this, and the videos and everything. And of course, if you don't want me to starve to death tonight, there's a PayPal pizza fund. Actually, the pizza fund is from everywhere. It could be here on the with the donations through YouTube itself, the super chat donations, but there's the pizza fund through PayPal also at the email address that is over here. So thanks everybody for your support. It's much appreciated, helps tremendously, and thanks to you, we keep going and have a lot of fun. It's much appreciated. Any amount helps. It doesn't matter what you give. So, okay. So Ted Randall, yep. Ted Randall passed away. And it was very sudden. It's like I think it took everybody by surprise. And I will read the obituary that I have here. 2 seconds. Here we go. And I got it here in the messages here. So, so our condolences to the family and friends of Ted Randall, the legend behind the WRMI Legends programs on 5050 kilohertz daily from 0 to 04 UT and 7570 from 04 to 06. Ted passed away on May 11th. His wife, Holly, and the various Legends DJs have vowed to continue the service, which provides lots of good oldies music and short Christian religious messages. Take a listen sometime. And thanks to Ted for all of his hard work over the years to keep Legends going. He was an active amateur radio operator and had a well-known DX program, which was the QSO radio show. His legacy will continue. He was quite appreciated both on WTWW, if you guys remember, when we would listen through that at 5085, and then when he moved to WRMI for his WRMI Legends show. So sad to hear the news of Ted passing away. I know a lot of people are sad in the fact that he's passed away. A lot of people enjoyed the WRMI Legends show. I would tune in from time to time when there was nothing else on shortwave. I'd just go and tune the WRMI Legends show. So this is sad news, unfortunately, of the passing of Ted Randall there. On someone that was much appreciated on the radio. So cheers, by the way, everybody. Okay, so let's go through the chat a little bit, talk about stuff a little later. We'll open the standard pages that I open all the time. I'll open the HF Underground page with Pirates activity. Still a little early for that, but you know what? There is a lot of activity lately on with Mixed Radio International being everywhere on the bands. Also, we'll be looking at EIBI Space in case we find broadcasts or hear something special. I'll open this page here. And we'll open Priam, just curiosity, look at what could be coming out of any number stations. Check that out. So in 44 minutes there's an M12, but we're not sure of what frequency this one is going to be on, but we'll try. There's a suggestion of one. So anyways, I've got that open so that we can check out whatever's on the air. If you tune around the bands and hear something unusual, wonder what it is, let us know in the chat room. I'll look it up and see what it could be, then we'll be able to tune around. Also at the same time, everybody can participate and try to see if they hear anything. Right now I was just on 15,000 kilohertz. It's interesting because if you look at the display, there's something very unusual, which was right here. Just activate the cam here. Look at that here. So there's this big blob of noise right here, which is kind of interesting, like pulsating. If we go through it. It's interesting. It's different, and it has a difference. So this is an HF trading station, by the way. It's one of those HF trading stations. So this is what you see there. And I guess it's interesting. There seems to be... Oh, this one is kind of a white noise thing. But this one is an HF trading station. if we look at it closer, we'll span of 50 kilohertz here. Look at that. Seen closer. Look at that. This is wide. Kind of interesting to see the pattern of it when you look at it closer. Look at that. So weird. It's a very interesting pattern there. It's a very, very unique pattern there when you look at it. Especially in a 3D environment like with the FTDX10. Using the 3D display. So this is possibly coming out of near Chicago. This is where it's been seen, and for the transmitters. Actually, I got some documentation I am going through to see what I'll get a little more information about those things. So HF trading station. So it might be skipping over you, Tim, because if it's near Chicago, you might be in the skip zone. That might explain where that you don't hear it. So Jay Morrison 69, nice to have you on board. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. WA 9301 SWL. We have London 19657. Nice to have you here. It's just stopped. There we go. Trading station just stopped. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. London 19657. Nice to have you on board. Northeast Pennsylvania. J Project, San Diego, California. Nice to have you here. Master Players Radio and Television. Nice to have you here, Bobby. WA 5107 SWL. Jean Arrache, salut. J'espère que ça va bien. And nice to have you here from near Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. We have Robert Varner. Nice to have you on board. KC2TEL in New Jersey. Nice to have you on board here. I'm just going to check something here. Okay. Thank you, Kevin Davidson, for your regular contributions through PayPal. Ricky Leong also sent a donation earlier today, so much appreciated. It's nice to have everybody here. And we have Rotten Animal. Nice to have you here from Toronto. TVDXer, j'espère que ça va bien. Toi aussi, ça va bien ici. Nice to have you here. Blogger Die. Nice to have you on board, which is our friend that just did a donation. On the patio, wearing my bright orange Inca Cola t-shirt and orange rimmed Degen DE23 radio. So that is style. You know, when you match your clothes and your radios, that's really, really style. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board. N5 KVO in South Texas. Old radios, nice to have you on board. Alan, nice to have you here. We have 57 Steve DX, nice to have you here from Georgia. Robert Fletcher, nice to have you here from New Hampshire. Chicopee Radio, nice to have you here from Massachusetts. Endines, nice to have you here from Pennsylvania. Old Radios says everyone is getting nasty weather. Yeah, I heard that there's quite a few things that happened with the bad weather in the U.S. Through the noise, through the news today. Old Radios, last night there was a tornado in Kentucky. Blogger Die, it's 86 and sunny after floods this week. Jean Arrache, nasty weather is already there. Yeah, there's more coming because there's more on the radar. There's more to the west of Montreal, so we're gonna have some nasty weather a little later. I think it's raining a little bit now. SWAT Cats, nice to have you on board. Tornado watch issued for your area, so just be ready. Here we have a severe thunderstorm watch going on right now with the weather. So we'll be examining that and making sure that things aren't too bad. Right now we're in a quiet time. When I look at the pattern here of what's coming up, but there's definitely some bad weather pretty much heading our way right now. So, but it won't be at least maybe a couple of hours. RJ Dakota, M31570, nice to have you on board. Darren Rogers from Long Island, New York, nice to have you here. So the Rush 19 and the AC is on. Yeah, I put it on too a little bit because even though it wasn't that hot inside, to lower the humidity level, it was so humid with the rain outside. RJ Dakota says join the group. Just join the group. WA0113 is WL. And he says, finally, here in a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Winsville, Missouri. Test for Echo. Nice to have you on board. Partly cloudy most of the day in southeast Connecticut. We missed the thunderstorm. Sad news about Ted Randall. Isn't there a replay from his last show tonight? I don't know if, because I know that a lot of people noticed that 5050 was off the air for a few days. I don't know if they put it back on or not. So maybe something to check out tonight. RJ Dakota had to finish some yard work using a brand new lawnmower and electric gadget made by Ego. It's actually a good experience. Okay. So we don't know exactly, he passed away, but there's no details of, did he suffer a heart attack, or seems pretty sudden. But then we don't know. Maybe we don't know. He could have been sick of some disease that is for a while and finally died or something. But it seems so sudden. It's just funny that it happened like that. Andy Coley, nice to have you here. Tim Smith, nice to have you on board from Ontario. VE3IIM/VE6PG. Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Much appreciated. Sean, nice to have you on board from Barrie. We have Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK. M7CUN, received my new toy today, the iRadio UV98 Plus. Pretty impressive specs and good build quality. I'm amazed at all these little Chinese portables and radio that are at prices that are very low yet extremely precise and extremely good. A lot of people poo on them, saying, "Oh well, these things are crappy and they probably don't have good, good transmissions." And well, I'm sorry, but the ones I have here are as good as any others that are 3 times the price. It's just crazy. You can't believe it. And I compared the frequency with my frequency counter, make sure that they're accurate. They're as accurate as the my little Yaesu FT65, which is much more expensive. And they do more stuff. It's just crazy. Just amazed. Mike WX50, nice to have you here. And said signed up and ready for the Zoom tomorrow. Cool. It'll be fun to have all of you here. Art Dodd, nice to have you here. Art K2ADC in New Jersey. Marty68, nice to have you on board from Southeast Georgia. Says, by the way, Gilles, you are a wonderful host who makes radio fun for all. Well, thank you so much, Marty. Much appreciated. And I hope so. I mean, I guess I must be at some point. One thing that I actually have learned from myself, because you learn a lot by doing things like this. But one thing that I learned also was a few years back when I had, I think it's in 2017, when I had I had to do for the first time ever, a live show from the CIDX barbecue, and I had people to interview. And that year we had Amanda Don Christie that made that RCI documentary. And I was surprised I surprised myself that day as how good I am at actually interviewing people live, which is something that not everybody, I think, really masters well. And I watched that several times because I wanted to see, you want to see what you look like, how you react, how the questions you've asked, and stuff like that. And but I think it comes from the fact that I remember reading somewhere that a good interviewer is a good listener, and I guess that's what I am. I listen to the answers that I get from that person, and those answers sometimes spark new questions, which I just follow. I didn't have a script or didn't have questions written down. I just went through it with, well, we're going to talk about your documentary, where you come from, and why did you do that, and why radio is important and passion to you, and so on. So you kind of learn stuff, and so I do hope that what I do it well. So thank you so much. 54 Cal, nice to have you on board from Northwest Pennsylvania, and he's going to his son's baseball game. Cool. Ray, nice to have you here. Often watch the repeat of this show on YouTube, and the live stream rarely works for me. Very informative and fun to watch from Victoria, British Columbia. Sunny and warm 16 there. So welcome aboard. Nice to have you on board live, Ray. Andy Cody says Ted was a great guy. It says 73 Ted. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here, and says hello, and from a sunny and warm Dundee, Scotland. Found conditions rather poor on shortwave today when I checked out the bands on my Sony Shortwave 55 at a park. There was a, I'm going to check the space weather now just to see, but there was a geomagnetic storm, G2 class storm that happened within the past 24 hours. The K index now is 4, which isn't great. When we start getting to that level 4, which is unsettled, here, especially here, at the higher latitudes, 45 degrees, and anybody that's above that, closer to the pole, usually we get more disturbance from that than others. So conditions are not that fantastic right now. If I look at the numbers, SWL Signals 23. Nice to have you here from Florida. SWATCAT says Ted Randall did several live shows from just outside the gates of Area 51 in Nevada. Andy New just registered for the Zoom. It'll be fun to have you guys around, that's for sure. What else do we have? So WX50. Here we go. Okay. Richard Wagner, didn't hear it, and I'm at Chicago. Yeah, when you're too close to it, it's like most shortwave transmissions are like that. When you're too close to it, it kind of goes over. You're in that skip zone where there's nothing that you can hear. Tim Smith says my 10-meter beacon has no hits at all today. So what's the frequency of your 10-meter beacon, Tim? Trail Ride Adventures. Nice to have you on board. And, you're in a great place to learn and see what it's all about. Metalunar, nice to have you here. Eladio Muniz, nice to have you here from Spain. Alex M0OOV, nice to have you on board from the UK. Metalunar says, I liked your recent medium wave scan with the old clock radio. Clock radios did a decent job with reception in the 80s. The last clock radio I bought in the late 90s was terrible at reception. Yeah, like many other things, over the years, things don't necessarily get better quality. They tend to actually be more crappy than anything else. I will do it also with my mom's boombox. I didn't have time, but I will be doing an AM radio band scan with my mom's boombox. See the Sony boombox I showed last week. That will be fun to check out too, I think. And somebody gave me an idea, said, hey, use that Texan AM 200 loop with your clock radio to see if it improves the medium wave reception. So it's kind of interesting. Hanfrey Lange, nice to have you on board from Scotland and M7 BFL. Bobsville Records, nice to have you here. Alex finally decided to connect a dipole to my XH data. Came across a SO 239 to 3.5 millimeter adapter. What a difference, night and day. So yeah, it definitely helps. Be careful on that plug though. I don't know how the adapter, how it is. Because SO239 and the cable that you're going to plug in there, PL259, they're fairly heavy. So you don't want to have that weight on the 3.5 millimeter plug of the radio. The best is a adapter that has a little piece of wire so that the 3.5 millimeter plug goes in, but it's soft and not heavy. Because if you put all of that together and the weight, a lot of people have broken their antenna jack because there's just too much weight on the plug. So be very careful with that. If you do have it like a straight adapter, maybe put something that would like the plug will be on so that the weight doesn't hurt the plug, the 3.5 millimeter plug of the radio. Bobsville Records was listening to 50/50 last night, so it was there last night. So I don't know if it's a repeat or not of the show. Old Radio says I got some vintage transistor radio. Got one from the 70s shaped like a ladybug. The wings lift when you turn it on. Huh, that's cool. That's cool. John Arash, where can I buy a ContiCom GP7? I can't find a place where I can order one. You could buy it. Ooh, almost my keyboard almost fell down. What you could do. So, if you buy it, the ContiCom directly, ContiCom. So if you go to countycom.com, let me see here, radios and accessories. So he's got the radio. Let me check out radios. Does he have the radio? Yeah, okay, here it is. So this is the link for ContiCom directly. It's $98.95 US. $98.95 US. So this is the link to ContiCom directly. But a little trick here. Apart from the antenna that is different, in reality the ContiCom GP7 is a Texan PL 368. So you can go on Anonco and buy one, or go on. Do they have it on Amazon? They have it on Amazon. They don't have it on. Yeah, they do. Oh God, that is very expensive. The one I see here on Amazon is okay. Where we go? 368. That's $200. It's crazy. But then again, if you buy it from ContiCom, that 100 US. With the taxes and all, it's gonna come to like 150 Canadian, 160. Yeah, they don't have it on Amazon except one at $202. But you can go to Anonco, which is a great place to buy Texan receivers, and on Anonco. Texan PL 368. At Anonco, they have it. And the radio is $72.99. So you can buy it from there. It's the same radio. Same radio that you'll get from CountyCom. It's just that CountyCom does one thing with the radio. It changes the telescopic antenna for a stainless steel, sturdier antenna. Honestly, I would buy it from Anonco directly and buy the PL368 because of our dollar and all the fees and the taxes and the stuff. It's just too expensive to buy anything from the United States, personally. So buy it from Anonco. It's going to cost you less, and it's the same radio. It's a Texan PL368 that you have. Yeah, the glow in the dark. Yeah, I got a couple of them here. I need to. They're in a box. They're not very far. I have a lot of those. I like also the metal cage they have. It's kind of neat to have that metal cage around the receiver. It's really nice. So it's pretty cool. And from what I hear from a lot of people, I guess I'm lucky. There's no more orange Texan PL368 because I have an orange one here. This is a Texan version. So, kind of interesting. Okay. So where were we? We were, okay, here. So, Jean Arash, hope that answers your question. London 19657, remember that you made a Pepsi radio shaped like a can. Yeah, I remember something like that. I think there was a Coca-Cola one too. N3WER, ham radio Elmer, nice to have you on board in Pennsylvania. J Dakota. Remember of one of the first Sony radios I ever saw. It resembled a cube with the large dial on the medium wave band labeling on it. Swatcuts receiving Voyager 1 data. They did almost a little miracle here with the Voyager spacecraft this week. They were able to turn on the heaters and turn back on the whole thrusters that hadn't not worked for like 30 years to have the spacecraft stay stable in space and have the antenna always pointed at us. It was pretty cool. Somebody had like a stroke of genius and said, hey, remember when the heaters started tripping the circuits? Maybe it was just in the wrong mode, and that's what he tried. He changed the mode, and it seems that it works fine. So incredible. These Voyager spacecraft are just amazing. Still going on after all these years. It's just crazy. Novel records. Propagation was excellent for me last night. James Smoother says is nice. Says hello from Prospect, Connecticut. Nice to have you here. Mr. Stonegrove, nice to have you here from Stockholm, Sweden. Kenneth, KW1161, nice to have you on board from a sunny Tucson, Arizona. So Tim Smith says 29 or 28. I think you got a typo here. It was a 28.199.5 because there's no beacons usually on 29. So I guess it might be a typo, 28.199.5. Could always try it here, but it would need short skip for it to be there. CW 28.1995. I'm not hearing anything. because you're in Ontario, so the skip needs to be very, very short. What else do we have? Sean, moving to a leased land community may have issues mounting an antenna. Your best bet when that happens is get yourself a big plant and put an MLA30 in it. And nobody will notice it's there, and you'll have an outdoor antenna. All they're going to see is a plant. Joel Baker, nice to have you here from Arizona. Took the advice you gave me a month ago and took my PL 990 Texan with me to Costa Rica. Wonderful time listening to stations I don't get in Arizona. Yeah, that is a good idea to always bring. I got a friend of mine that's on the east in the Gaspésie region of Quebec, and he's like really close to the ocean. And I told him, I said, if I ever get some time, I'm going to go and visit, and I'm going to bring along some radios just to see near the ocean the difference. And of course, where he is, it's probably very quiet in terms of noise too. James Smoother says, just bought a NextH data from AliExpress, waiting for it to come in. Even though the shortwave seems to be dying down, I still like to listen to what's left. There's a lot of stuff on shortwave, a lot more than what people think. The problem is, in North America, it seems quiet. It kind of is quiet for program listeners. But in terms of signals and the amount of things to listen to, there's still a lot. And unfortunately, the impression of having nothing on shortwave also comes from the fact that if the noise floor where you are is high, well, the weak signals that you might be getting are actually not coming through. And that is probably the biggest problem, is that the signals you'd be able to listen to are washed out in the noise or just too noisy. And that's the sad part, because when I go to the park, I mean, if I would have the noise floor that I have with the park that is like 10 minutes from here, if I had the noise floor of that park here, I'd be listening all day to some broadcast in English or French in my case, because a lot of the signals that I barely can make out here actually come very clear there. And I say it all the time, one thing we forget about when we were listening in the 70s or 80s, there were a lot of signals that were strong, but there were a lot of signals we listened to that weren't very strong. But the noise floor was so low that they were listenable. We could hear them and listen to the program easily. And this is something that's a challenge today, because the broadcasts that make it to North America that are, often broadcast to other continents, of course they are weaker. We are not the target area anymore. And that noise, well, it's a problem for that. Mr. Stongrove, on Sony clock radios, I have a 90s one that is shaped like a thick tube pipe somewhere in the moving box. I don't remember if it has medium wave, but it might. All I ever used was FM. Yeah, well, that clock radio that I tuned to medium wave band, I'm pretty sure that was the first time I've tuned through the AM band, across the AM band on that radio. I never did that. And when I was using it as a clock radio, it was always on FM on a station, or rock station here in Montreal. So what else do we have? Let me just go here. Chicopee Radio says, got a website for you to check out. Where do I put it? You can put it in the chat if you want. Or you can send it to official shortwave radio@gmail.com. And I can look at it. And also, if you If you want me to share it with others, we can do that. It depends what website it is. If it's radio related, Bobsville Records, lucky to have gotten everything before tariffs. Canada, just don't place the Coke and Pepsi radios too close together. They don't make the Voyagers like they used to. Yeah. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Bobby, nice to have you here. Bobby Tino from Dallas, Texas. Lagadai saw some crazy prices in the US from Anonco. Yeah, I've seen some stuff. I've seen a Texan Texan S2200X for something like $505 US. London 19657, PL 368, 73 on Anonco. Here is 76, but I think there's maybe, depending on the region, when you go to their page, there's adjustments in the pricing or something. Mike B, my uncle had a Coors beer can radio. I think it was AM only. A lot of these radios were AM only back in the day. A lot of them. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you here, Nicole. Greetings from Northwest England. Nice to have you here. G6 PGV. Sean, thanks, Joe. Great idea. One large plant coming up. That's what I would do. In a place where they would tell me no antennas, big plant. They usually don't care about plants. They don't want antennas, but they are okay with plants usually. So big plant, put the antenna in it, and you're good to go. It's well hidden, as long as it's well hidden, and it won't affect reception. So same if they would tell me, like if here they would tell me, oh, no antennas. Well, I have a clothesline in the back. I put the wire with the clothesline. Nobody would ever see that there's a little wire on the clothesline. And I'd use that for my ham radio antenna. And nobody would care. CB Punisher 1900. CBDX has been dead all week. Sucks. Yeah, I've put my my Yaesu a few times on Channel 6, the Super Bowl channel, 27025, and there was not a lot of activity, even earlier before I started the stream here. So, Boston Patriot, nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Kevin, nice to have you on board from a cold and rainy Nova Scotia. Pretty much here it's not cold, but it's rainy. Montreal. Boston Patriot says, I have the Seacrane Skywave SSB2. Not sure if it's worth $179. Anyone else? It's a good radio. It does well what it's supposed to do. So yeah, it's a nice radio, but it's you'll get the same performance out of an XH Data D808 and for half the price. It's really it's a question of what you want or not, and the fact that you could buy it, especially in the U.S. if you buy stuff from a store that or a company that is based in the U.S. It has its advantages. If there's ever something wrong, it's easy to return, easy to manage. Sometimes people tell me, oh, you should buy this or that in the U.S. Buying from, in Canada, buying from the U.S. is as complicated as buying from China. If you have to return something, it's a hell of a problem. So that's why, in Canada, it's a question of, okay, whoever has it, the lowest price, that's where you're going to go and buy it, basically, most of the time. Gone in the days where the Canadian dollar, when I started buying radios, a lot of the radios that I actually purchased, like the Texan PL600, the DJD 1103, these radios were very cheap because in the days that I purchased those, we had a couple of years where the Canadian dollar and the US dollar were at par. One Canadian dollar was one US dollar. So if something was, 65 US dollars, it was $65 Canadian. It was great. But right now, we're about at 40 cents difference. So what happens is if you buy something that's $100, it's $144 after that Canadian. So you already have $44 more. And then when we have, and it doesn't happen all the time, but when we actually buy something from outside of Canada, very often we also get the sales tax, which is 15% here in Quebec. So the sales tax are added. So you had 15% to 144, and so it goes up like real fast in price. So it's not great to purchase, especially in the U.S. funds. I like when a website like Anonco does that, a website that will tell you, the price in Canadian dollars directly. It's like, okay, well, this is clear. It's this amount Canadian dollars, But I guess the first big wave of radios that I purchased over time were purchased in the time where the Canadian dollar was at par or very close to the US dollar. Now today it makes it very expensive to buy something. It's crazy. Imagine even the stores have to deal with that. So imagine the Yaesu FTDX10. I mean, that radio is dreadfully expensive in Canada. I mean, you got to pay the difference in the, in the exchange, the money exchange. And now, well, we do have to talk about tariffs. That will, if some of the tariffs are not removed, it definitely all of it will go up. That's for sure. SWAT cats, yes, a plantenna is exactly that. You can paint it, paint the MLA30 mast and everything, and make it look like it's that little box, the box where the loop goes on. You can paint it green like the plant, or it's not gonna show. Megan, nice to have you here, Megan, from Colorado. Tim Smith, mini whips are a good choice for receive, very small. The only problem with mini whips is that they are good, because I know that the U20 SDR uses that, and I'm always impressed. The only problem with the mini whips compared to a loop like the MLA30 is that if it's noisy where you are, it'll get only noise because it's omnidirectional. And the nature of a magnetic loop lowers some aspects of the noise. So MLA30 might be a better choice depending on the noise floor where it will be installed. But in quiet environments, the mini whips are so amazing. I'm impressed with that. Don Royal, nice to have you here. WA7330 is WL from sunny Sun City, Arizona. Trustin, nice to have you here from a sunny Newfoundland. Always nice to have you on board. And let me just check out here. So I got your email. Okay, I'm going to check that out. Check up your radio in a few minutes. I got your email, by the way. What else do we have? Boswell Records. My MLA30 is mounted in the window on my flat. Works well with an SDR, but not as much with my traditional radios. So, what else do we have? I know that some radios, I don't know if it's the fact that it's an amplified antenna, but I know that the MLA30 on some radios seem to be allergic to that antenna. They're not always working well with it. CB Punisher. Most Canadians who live on the border just get a post office box or UPS store box on the American side to get around the terrace where I live in upstate New York. So yeah, there used to be a lot of things like that. I remember a friend of mine that was he was in the radio, but he ordered a lot of stuff that would cost a fortune here. And what he would do is he had a friend just across the border that lived in Plattsburgh, New York. And so what he would do is have the stuff all delivered to his friend to avoid some of the taxes and stuff, and it would just go across the border and pretend he wouldn't bring back anything. And it worked most of the time. It's just that you have to be careful, because if you don't declare what you're coming back with, you can get in trouble. But many times it just went through, and it's like it was okay. So he saved hundreds of dollars on some stuff sometimes just by doing that. Boston Patriot says XHD808 or Quarter-Send DX286. Yeah, it depends on if you want, like Blogger Die says, it depends on if you want a single sideband or not, because the DX286 doesn't have single sideband. Blogger Die personally never used a D808. I use the DX286 for most things, and the Texan PL990 for SSB. Sean, camouflage it. It's awesome. We got to get sneaky around these regulations of, well, no antennas up, no this, no that. It's like at some point you're like, yeah, we want to enjoy our hobby. I mean, come on. It's something. I always think about, if I'd move from here to a new place, I would have to, how will I deal with, maybe that place, it's no antennas out. No antennas are permitted. I would ask, honestly, moving out of here and going to a new place, I would ask and say, is it okay? Can I do this? See the reaction. Also, people sometimes tend to go crazy if you mention antenna. For them, in their head is like this big funky thing in the sky that's going to be like ugly, and no, it's just a thin wire that almost no one will ever see. It's just funny. But most of the time I did it without asking, and the reason I did it without asking is that most of the time they just didn't notice. Like a wire antenna, you can easily put the thin wire out and no one notices. No one notices. And you go with it. And I'm like, if they ever tell me, I saw your wires, I don't want that. Oh, okay. But like I said, in my case, if it would be a no, I still have my antenna outside. I just would, like the MLE30, I would just disguise it in some way that nobody knows and sees that it's there. And in the case of my end-fed antenna, well, it's a wire, so I'll just, follow the clothesline. I'll hook it to the clothesline and extend it as far as I can with the clothesline, and I'd make contacts with that. So, but I'm lucky. I mean, they don't care, which is great. CB Punisher, cheap milk and dairy products. Yeah. Lager Die personally, okay, that's good. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. Hope to see you tomorrow at the Zoom. Will be fun. RJ Dakota, are there any North American made radios? Just curious. I think there's still, what's the name of that company? They're very expensive radios. Trying to remember the name. But I believe they make those radios in the US still today. Let me think about the name. Maybe somebody has it. Think about very expensive radios and high-end tabletops that are probably manufactured a lot more for governments than anything else. I think those are made. They're still made in the United States. And Freelangi, I just picked up a 20 inch copper loop to replace the loop with the LA30 Plus, hoping for similar or better overall performance. I've seen people put bigger loops and say that they've seen improvements. Like, for example, my MLE30 is I'm going to need to replace the mast. I have a wooden broomstick that holds it on the front balcony. And it's the same wooden broomstick that's been there for, 5, 6, 7 years. It's obviously now getting frail and soon to break down if it's too windy. I was looking at it the other day. It's really, really in bad condition. So that means I will need to take down my MLE30 and replace those broomsticks with something else. I was thinking of, rather than taking a broomstick, maybe going to the hardware store where not far from here that sells wood, and maybe get myself something there. Or I thought about maybe using a good size PVC pipe, like water pipe, and that could be used. That would maybe last longer. PVC water pipe, and I could have it cut to a specific length that I wanted for the height of my antenna. So I'll be checking that out. I might be also ordering a K180 WLA, the newer versions that are now sold, because now they have the one I had original when it came out did not have a switch to turn off the receive of VHF or FM. So the antenna was totally useless because I had FM breakthrough everywhere. Here it's crazy for that. So what happened is now they do have, when you open it, you can switch the circuit and say, well, I don't want to, the VHF portion, just for HF, and it cuts off the FM receive. So it means that it might be good. A lot of people are saying it's very good on shortwave one. So I might be replacing it. I might be replacing my MLE30 with something like that. There's also something else I'm trying to figure out. My MLE30 in the front is getting noisier all the time. And I'm starting to think that maybe it's... what else can I do? What else can I put up? I'd be curious to see what could I do. To give you an idea, my MLE30 in the lower frequencies is not too bad, but it's that lower frequency listening is not as good as it used to be. And the example that I have, 6070 CFRX, was an easy listen for me here with the ICOM, for example. And now it's in the noise. So it tells me that the noise floor has crept up over the years that it's been out there. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. I'm trying to figure out what else could I do. What could I put up that would help in a noisy environment like here? I don't know. So Sean's got a Texan PL880. That's a great radio. To be Punisher, you got homeboys in Detroit, you know what I mean. Flying guns, drugs, the river, yeah. Yeah. Michael, nice to have you on board. And it's mostly sunny northern New Jersey. Pretty cool. Lipton tea, spot of milk, and lump of sugar sitting next to my radio. That sounds perfect. That sounds perfect. Richard Wagner, it's easier to ask forgiveness rather than permission. Yeah, definitely. And, you know, and things like that, definitely. You put it up. Nobody says anything? Right. Somebody says something? Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. You take it down. Because so many times, if you say, could I put up an antenna? It's immediately going to be no. But once it's up, if it's something that you don't really see much, either they will never notice it, and you just go along with it, you know? Or if they do, then you'll deal with what they're going to say. Oh, you got to take that down. You shouldn't have that. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I won't do it. I won't do it again. I'll do it again, but in a different way. There, you're not going to see it. But yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, for a lot of people, it's the only way that can happen. Because for a lot of people, just mentioning antenna scares the hell out of everybody. You know, as soon as you mention antenna, it's like, okay, what, you're a CB guy? You know, there's bad reputation with it. There's the idea, you know, if when you say an antenna, like I said, in their head, the image of what it's going to look like is like, oh no, I don't want to have that horrible thing there in the back, because they can't visualize exactly what you mean. So you just put it up, and you know what? If it doesn't work, oh, you take it down. That's all. I did that everywhere I lived. I just put it up. Nobody ever said anywhere. And any place that I lived, no one ever said nothing. And 2 of these places, I'm pretty sure they have never noticed anyway that there was one up. The place before here, I had 100 feet of wire in the backyard. And I can tell you one thing, I'm pretty sure nobody ever noticed. Nobody ever noticed. And they weren't going in that backyard much and anything. So it was just like, no, nobody noticed. Basel Record buys the cigarettes from the duty-free shop on the Canadian-U.S. border. Jean Arash, is it possible to use an indoor antenna for transmitting? It is. Some people do. I have a friend of mine in Boston that actually does that. He lives in a condo, and totally impossible to put an outdoor antenna there. So he actually set up a dipole in his living room and contacted, I think, more than 100 countries. SSB voice. It's not the best setup, but when you have no possibilities, it's the only thing you got to respect for amateur radio when you transmit is to keep the safe distance between the antenna and you, so that you don't have too much RF to stay in the safe zone. So, you know, like here, if that would be the case, I would probably put the antenna like at the opposite end of my living room, and so from there to here, this room, it's far enough that I'm in the safe zone of, you know, for RF. But yeah, you know, for some people that's the only thing they can do, and they work with that. Yeah, Watkins Johnson, Richard Wagner, thank you for the name. Those are, I believe, still made in the United States, but they're extremely expensive radios. Nate Van Gilder, nice to have you here, says, just got an MLA30 Plus to use with my Eton Elite Executive. Antenna goes up tomorrow. Hopefully it works good with the radio. Right now I'm just piggybacking off a CB base antenna for shortwave. You'll see a huge difference. From a CB base antenna, you will see a huge difference in reception. Mike WX50 says, at the time of dissolution, Amerland was among the USA's very oldest producers of radio equipment. Jim's radio check. Piece of wire, it's not like you're putting up a moonraker. Yeah. You know, that's often the thing. The problem is when you talk about an antenna, the image that comes up in their mind of what an antenna it looks like is often not exactly with the reality of you putting up just a little piece of wire. And that's the thing. That's the thing. So Mr. Stonegrove just did an ATS PL680, and funny, it ended up on 17715 Spain, just when the Swedish song was on. Interesting. Eurovision, yeah, everybody's talking about that, especially here because everybody have seen Celine Dion, and of course she's from, the province of Quebec. So of course everybody talks about, oh, is she going to be at Eurovision? So that's all I hear from everybody. 145 SFG, nice to have you here. Try to place the MLE30 at 8 to 10 meter distance from house. Noise may be lower at that place. Yeah. There's a lot of the MLE30. Often you have to experiment. With it and see and try a few places, a few spots. Sean, if I can have a satellite dish for TV, I'm pretty sure I can have an antenna. Jim Gordon, Lipton Tea started in Scotland. Old guys like me can remember. Wow. Just ready to check. I bought a tower fan, and on the back it says that this device may interfere with radio signals. Okay, that's interesting. E-Fog, nice to have you here from upstate New York. King and DXer, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Lagodai is using a white vinyl PVC conduit on the MLE30. Ricardo S, nice to have you here from Portugal. RJ Dakota, and it's Spain. Yeah, 15500 that's actually the frequency that is aimed at North America. 15500. So Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here from Alabama. So let's check it out. Let's go to 15500. It's definitely there with a very good signal too. Spain on 15500 in Spanish. Remember, they have English from on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 22 hours Universal Time. Quick reminder of a Zoom meeting tomorrow for everyone that wants to join. Come on, guys. I'm a little sad that only 20-some people have yet registered for it with all the people I follow. It's kind of sad. So I want to have as many people as possible. Doesn't matter if you don't have a camera. It's all right. So here's the link to tomorrow's Zoom meeting. You have to register in advance. So let's check it out. Here's the link for the Zoom, and hopefully we'll be there with a lot of people. So here's the Zoom meeting for tomorrow. Why not join us? Say hi. It's such a different experience than the live shows here. And let me check out here. I will We'll see if how many people we have right now in the Zoom. So sign in. There we go. Meetings. So tomorrow's shortwave meeting right now is at 29 people registered. So we're 29 right now have registered to be there. That's at 20 hours Universal Time tomorrow. This is going to be a lot of fun and a different experience, like I said, from what we do here. So hopefully you'll join us and have fun with us tomorrow, 20 hours Universal Time. We'll of course have everybody introduce themselves, talk a little bit about what they're doing, and we'll learn a little more about everybody, and we'll talk. We'll have questions and stuff, and we'll have maybe a little bit of tuning around and listening to the bands, see what's out there. So here's the Freelancing, I just posted the link in the chat, so you must see it now. This is if everybody wants the link. So that is where it is. 20 hours Universal Time tomorrow on Zoom. Tim Smith, VE3 FGU uses an MFJ loop, 40 to 15 meters mounted on a satellite mount. And so, cool. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, just leaving Dayton Amvention. Lots of great talks and info. And have a few new toys. Cool. Cool. That's fun. Penny C, nice to have you here. Tristan, looking forward. And Philange registered. Thanks. Cool. It'll be a lot of fun to see you guys and have a different kind of experience. So, Bob's old records, I was listening to Spain yesterday, but it started to fade when the English language service came on. Yeah, might have been because of the geomagnetic storming. So, my name, why? What is your frequency? We're on YouTube. And we're tuning the bands and checking out stuff. Spain on 15500. Jim's ready to check. Okay. Penny C20 UTC. I don't know what time zone you are in, Penny. It's 20 UTC on the East Coast is 4 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, Penny. There was actually a G2 class geomagnetic storm, and it was bad on shortwave at a certain point. Not a lot of stuff. There were a few signals from Brazil that I did notice, but it was definitely a rough time last night. One of the signals now that's getting pretty much more and more like Eastern time zones, 4 p.m. 4 p.m. Eastern. So Cat's just registered for the Zoom on the 45th anniversary of Mount St. Helens eruption. That was in 45. It was 1980. I remember 1980. Eh? That was something. That was something. No, she's on the Eastern time zone, so it's 4 p.m. Eastern. I hope to have a few ladies there. There's going to Sheila as in Ontario has registered. So we hope to have a few ladies, as there's not a lot of them in our hobby, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that's why, Penny, you've got to set a clock. Buy yourself a cheap clock and have that clock on UTC all the time. So you'll be able to look at what UTC time it is. What also doesn't help about UTC time is because we do our time change, in the summer and the winter. Is it 4 hours, 5 hours difference? It's always like there's always a bit of a little mix up at the. I know that I mess up at the beginning of every change in our clocks. I have a few days that I need to adjust myself to like, oh yeah, we're not 4 hours behind anymore. You're 5 hours behind, and so on. So pretty crazy. So for those that weren't there in the beginning, also the Ted Randall has passed away, which he was behind the WRMI Legends show and the QSO radio show. So passed away on May 11th. So they apparently want to, continue the show. So we'll see what's going to happen with that. For sure. Yeah, the time changes. It confuses me too. So and I've been doing that for more than 40 years, and at the time change, I'm always a little confused all the time. So that's why I always leave a clock. Like now, I got this nice big clock there. It's UTC. That's UTC, and but you still have to do sometimes the calculation. Sometimes I'm like, oh, this thing is at 22 UTC. Oh, 22 UTC. That's 6 p.m. Okay, that little conversion in your head. It's like, oh, we're 4 hours difference. So it's something that has to be sometimes adjusted a little bit. So Keegan, Yellow Toot, nice to have you here. So Keegan the Xer, it's Ted Randall. It was of course on WTWW for a while with his show on 5085. So sort of sad that he's gone though. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. You must have heard me mention your name 5 minutes ago. It'll be fun to see you in the Zoom tomorrow. I was looking at the list. I saw that your name was there for the Zoom meetup tomorrow at 20 UT. So this is gonna be cool. So it's definitely gonna be something interesting to go through. So let me just check out the meetings. See if so meetings. Yeah. So okay, join. Yeah. Okay. So this is gonna be a lot of fun. So I'm just gonna check the numbers. We were at 29, and now we're at 33. Yeah, that's a way to go, guys. I'll mention it again in an hour and a half from now as we continue our show live tonight. So you like what I do? You like the fact that tomorrow there'll be a Zoom meetup? You know what? Help out. It'd be a lot of fun if it'd be some new people that would actually give a little something. Not always the same people to do so. So there's the super chat here that you can give a little amount, and of course there's the PayPal Pizza Fund also going on, so that I don't starve to death. But your contributions help me a lot lately, so it's much appreciated for you guys to give a little something, and I want to thank you in advance. So challenge. How about somebody that never donated? Give a little something, whatever amount. Let's try it. Okay. Kenneth, yeah, that they were. I did see that they were off for a few days. Somebody mentioned earlier that it was back yesterday, so maybe they're actually. Hey, John Hudson, nice to have you here, John. John is part of the SDR Play gang in the UK. Welcome aboard to the live show. If anybody has questions or anything, and it's nice to have you here. If you have anything you want to share with us, much appreciated. Thanks for the NRSBST. I'm using it all the time. It's become my main SDR. I find particularly fun that with the NRSBST, which is the network SDR Play device, I have an antenna in the backyard that doesn't have a feed line up to here for VHF UHF. So because it also is a Wi-Fi device, it's kind of cool because I can go and plug the RSP device in the backyard to the VHF UHF antenna, and thanks to the Wi-Fi connectivity, I can go on VHF UHF with that antenna because it's receiving the signal through Wi-Fi. Really a lot of fun. And of course, you can access it from outside of your area if you want to put it online for yourself to use. So welcome aboard, John. Blogger Dice, Spain on 15500, good in Virginia. Trustin, UTC and the time change can get a little confusing when your time... Oh yeah, that's even worse for you. That's even worse for you. Your time zone is like 30 minutes off. That is even worse. Honestly, it's even worse. Mike WX50, acronym UTC, but WWV says Coordinated Universal Time. Yeah. It's, in French, CHU says, technically, so Coordinated Universal Time, WWV says CUT. In French, on CHU, it says Temps Universel Coordonné, which is TUC. So they're not having it in the order that it's the acronym, because it's Universal Time Coordinated, basically. VT Radio, nice to have you here, Paul. AA1SU in Northern Vermont. Just woke up from a nap because it's a nice rainy afternoon here. And I actually did that today. I don't do naps usually, but I was a little tired today. I didn't sleep well last night. And it was raining and very dark. So it's like at noon, I just like... Paul the cat was meowing to get on the bed. I was like, yeah, okay, let's do a nap together. And man, I closed my eyes, I opened my eyes, it was like 1:45 p.m. I was like, whoa, I just slept an hour and 45 minutes. Darn. But the rain and the darkness was like, oh yeah, okay. Blogger Guy says when he was a teenager, kept my wristwatch on GMT. Oh God, that must have been. You must have been asked questions sometimes about why is your watch not correct. Mr. Stonegrove, you can add UTC to the time zone part of Android's standard clock app. Yeah, that's another way to do it. I haven't looked, but I assume you can do that on the iPhone as well. Absolutely. You can add time zones and have that on your devices. Absolutely. Works great for that. And don't forget, in a very quick, I don't know what UTC time I'm at, simply go on Google and say, what time is it in UTC? It's just going to give you the time immediately. It's going to tell you what time it is. Jim Gordon, what's the drink tonight? Mine is bottled Newcastle Brown Ale. It's also makes good steak and ale pie. That sounds good. So this is the Belgian Moon white ale that they have. The standard that I'm having all the time. I need to go to... It's not very far, and I really need to go to. There's a place that says that is quite big, actually. And it says something like the 1 million beer store or something like that. It's like there's one... They're kind of joking there's 1 million different types of beers in that place. Justin, at the Zoom tomorrow, we have to enter our email address to show we are registered. I I'm not sure. You're going to click. So you got, when you registered, you got a link. You click that link, and it's going to either, I think I put check marks that it's just automatic. I think it's automatic, but if it's not, it's either going to ask you an email or something. But I think it's automatic. Okay. Kenneth says, Jonathan, hello, and thank you and team for your on RSPSD radio, the software that works with it besides Windows. And it's fun to have the fact that you can access it through the browser. Definitely is cool too. It opens it up to almost anything as long as there's a browser in that device. You know, you can use a smart TV and use the browser in it. Why is it FR1 Biker? Perry, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Hope the weather's not too bad there. Blogger Die, Spain on 15520. Yeah, also, that's another frequency they're using. Manit3, nice to have you here. Sweatcats, Greenwich Mean Time is based on the rotation of Earth coordination. Coordinated Universal Time is the primary time standard globally used to regulate clocks and time. Mr. Stonegrove, the extra hand runs 24 hours instead of 12 like the ordinary one. Yeah, that's nice. VT Radio, have a good dinner. Tristan, if I registered last week, I never got a link. Should I try again? Go check your spam folder. It might be in the spam folder. It happens regularly for people. Because I saw your name. Your name is on the list. So I'm pretty sure that it went through your spam folder. Go check your spam. And search for Zoom. Because it's going to be a lot of fun. We're doing this now because, I don't know how many people we were having. The Zoom account is presently capable of more than 100 people. But that ends at the end of May. So I thought, well, let's try to have as many people as possible. And if we would ever go above 100, well, at least we have the capability right now. Because after the end of May, it's going to go back down to below 100. So it's going to be interesting, and there's going to be a few things that are going to be interesting to talk about of all sorts. By the way, I also want to promote something. So we have, our friend John from SDR Play. I always, praise the SDR Play devices for, especially in the case of an entry-level SDR, and anybody that goes into the entry-level, we all know there's the RTL SDR dongles that they're nice and everything, but and they're not expensive. But when you get to a point where you want to have something a little more just plug and play and works, and a little more serious, I always plug the SDR Play devices because for the price point, like the RSP 1B, I always say to anybody that says what would be a good first SDR, I always say, well, SDR Play's RSP 1B is price point with what you get and how it's easy to set up. It's not necessarily easy for the software and everything, because that's an whole different thing. There's a learning curve on SDRs, and that's for every SDR. But in terms of entry level, I think the RSP 1B is fantastic price point versus performance that you get. It's really, really nice. So, and they have all the other devices also, the RSP DX and so on. And they've made improvements, and they're continuing to make improvements over time, so it's kind of cool. One of the things I want to talk about, if you give a donation, we talked about donations. If you give a donation, don't forget that you're in for a drawing at the end of the month. If you do a donation through PayPal or the Super Chat, you're in my little box with your name for. We'll be actually giving away 2 CIDX or Canadian International DX Club memberships. So we already had two winners, Sheila, and we also had John in the UK. Both of them have won a CIDX membership. Canadian International DX Club membership is not just a bulletin that you get, the messenger, every month. It's also, you're part of a club, and you are also invited every month to the Zoom meeting, which is next week for the Zoom meeting. So it's not very expensive, $10 a year, $25 for 3 years, and I'll share the link here. We're working on doing things, maybe doing a little change, a little something. I had a little discussion yesterday with Sheldon, where we might add me as a one of the directors. I'd be added to the board of directors for it's something we don't like talking about. A lot of us, we don't like talking about it, but we have to think about it at some day. We're all getting older. And what happens is that we got to think about, the fact that what happens to the club, what happens to the bulletin, what happens to all of it if someone major passes away or is sick for a while. Sheldon Harvey does a lot of the work. I'm in the position where I'm probably one in a pretty good position too, because of the proximity. I don't live far from Sheldon, and so for handling stuff, it might be easier. So slowly we were talking about what we never like talking about. What if, something happens? Who's there to take over and do stuff and maintain and make the fact that maybe, it's going to continue working, the club's going to continue. And I'm one of, I'm 56. I'm one of the young guys in the club, technically at my age. And so there was a little bit of talk yesterday of, we're thinking about adding you as a president in the board of directors, actually, not president, but for the board of directors, so that I'd be part of. If something happens, I can be part of the decision making and the continuation of the club itself. And unfortunately, it's something you don't like talking about, but you have to talk about it. What happens if? It has to be discussed at some point. So there are a few changes there that's probably gonna happen. One of the things I wanted to also say is, I posted the link to CIDX Club, and you can ask if you never did and want to check out the bulletin. You can ask for a sample copy, and this is only if you never asked before. Look at what it looks like and see if it's something interesting for you, and hey, join. It's not just, like I said, a bulletin. We're part of a club. So this is something that's going to be quite interesting. Maneth, I'm in Canada. I'm Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Blagodai AWR heard here in Virginia on 15625 from in Chinese. Oh, really? At 5:34? 15625. There's absolutely no peep. Nothing at all here. The next signal is WRMI, which is not very strong compared to usual. It's Usually much stronger than that, WRMI. Pretty interesting to see these signals. RJ Dakota, you can use your phone. You don't have to. It's not only a computer. You can use your phone to get to the meeting, RJ Dakota. I have all the options are there. I put the options that you can join with a PC, with a phone, tablet. Every option's on. So you just click the link and join. Keegan DX in the afternoon of April 23rd at the airport of Providence, Rhode Island, on the way back to Northwest Arkansas, and my Sea Crane CC Skywave SSB. Time changed from UTC to Eastern Daylight to keep track of the flight time. So you don't see your link because I see your name in the list. I guess you might want to register again, or if it doesn't work, I don't know if you have more than one email. Maybe register, because I don't. Can I do something about it? I'm not sure what I can do exactly. If we go here, I'm going to look at something here, my friend, and let you know. So if I go here. Okay, so I'm going to go to meetings, check that. So registration, 35 now, cool, nice. If I look at view, so I've got so Tristan, you're here with your email, tristan.dpatey@gmail.com. But I don't know what I could do. I can't really do anything much, because you should have that link. If it's here, you should have that link. You're using a Gmail. There's a search option in Gmail. Type Zoom and check out if by any chance it pops up something. If not, try again. It should technically work. If the email is correct, it should work. So it's pretty nice. Pretty nice to see that there's we're at 35 now. It's pretty cool, pretty good number. So it's going to be a lot of fun to be there tomorrow. Keegan says he was listening to news from NPR, BBC on 89.3 WNPN, Newport, Rhode Island, on his headphones. Cool. Cool, man. You listen to the radio? Kenneth, older? Stopped aging at 39. Bert, WF7I Homebrew just registered. I hope I am back home in time tomorrow for join for some of the Zooms. You can, even if you're late, the Zoom's probably going to go on for a few hours, so you can join later. Says lots of cool info learn at Dayton, which might be of interest to folks here as well. Well, you know what? Tomorrow will be a great time to talk about it. So, Logged Eyes, Zoom got your email when you registered. Yep. It probably would say, it probably would say it with the same email anyways that you're already registered. Jim Gordon, as one of your elder followers, this cheers me up. No, Edison seemingly was interested in developing a radio that could communicate with the dead. How's that for DX? Yeah, that would be an ultimate. I'd call this the ghost. I'd call it the ghost radio. Welcome. This is the ghost radio. Also has AM/FM shortwave with SSB. but it has a separate band called Ghost, and this is where you get in touch with people that passed away. You know, there's a lot of I mean, there's movies that are centered around that subject. You know, there's all this mystery of everything in life, and life and death. We can say it both, life and death. There's mystery surrounding all of that, and you know, we always kind of wonder of different things. You know, a ghost box. You know, there's. I will always remember how creeped out I was when my mom died, and 24 hours later, exactly at the time she died, the phone rang and there was nobody on the other end, and I was like, "This is so weird," you know. You go back to bed and wondering, it's like, is there that possibility that, you know, this is where all of these stories and all these beliefs come from. A unusual timing of something that suddenly triggers your mind and says, what are the odds that 24 hours later, at the exact time of death of my mother, my phone rings, but there's nobody at the other end? You know, what are the odds that this could happen? They're small. It's like winning the lottery almost. And yet, you go, you know, I went back to bed and man, I couldn't go back to sleep. I was like, this is so creepy. You know, what does it mean? You know, you're always hoping, because, you know, a lot of us are hoping things like that, or like, you know, if you're out there in that other world, you know, try to find a way to tell me, you know, you're out there, and it all goes into all of that. Honestly, you know. SSB, the Spirit Sideband. That is one, yeah. Kevin, there's a lot of E-skip at present. We're checking 10 meters again. Oh, let's check it out. Let's go check out. Did the 10 meter band open? Or did the CB? Well, I usually base my check on the Super Bowl channel. And here there's nothing. So, Tristan's going to try to register another address. Thank you for the catnip flavored pizza, London 19657. Heavy on the anchovies. Eesh. I might not go anchovies, but thanks for the donation, London. Mike WS50, check the spam and junk folder. Yeah, that's what one of the comments, that one of the things I told him to check out for. Kevin VE1 TV. So here I've got nothing in terms of Sean Arash, good idea for a sci-fi horror movie. A ham radio operator makes contact with the dead. Yeah, it'd be a nice episode for the for these shows, like the Twilight Zone or something. You know, Outer Limits. Swatcast, that film will be like The Sixth Sense, except using a radio instead of a kid. Yeah. So man is listening from Sri Lanka. Nice to have you here. Welcome aboard from pretty much the other side of the world. Bob's Old Records, the brain works on RF, so there might be a frequency to read people's minds. Who knows? Who knows? There's a lot of stuff happening that, you know, that could happen. Maybe someday we'll just put on a hat and plug it on the, you know, you plug it on the USB port of a PC with the proper software and be able to, you know, read our minds and even maybe find old memories. And what I would like, you know, how old memories are really rough to sometimes grasp. It's difficult to really remember some details, and sometimes it pops up out of the blue and then you forget it. I remember the other day I was going crazy. For a moment, I had a song that I listened to when I was like 12 or 13 years old in my head. And I didn't hear that song again ever. And it was there, and I was like going nuts of, oh man, how can I tried to hum it or tried to do the beat on like Shazam or whatever, and it's like, yeah, it doesn't know what I want. It can't hear it. And I was like, oh man, it would be so cool that at this moment, while it's here, I could have a way to transfer that in the computer. Because after, like, I forgot about it, and now I can't even even if I try, I can't remember what the song is. It came out of the blue from my brain, and it's gone. It's somewhere, but there's no access to it. It has to come by itself, because if it's like those the dreams we have. I know I dream at night. I constantly wake up and it's like, wow, that was a weird dream. But I don't know what it's like when I wake up in the morning, I have no idea what I dreamt in the night. I can't figure it out. What was that weird dream that I had? I don't know. Mike WX50, yeah, there's a movie Frequency that connects a father and son through time. What's the frequency, Kenneth? Yeah. Yeah. Mike WX50, Frequency with Dennis Quaid, an accidental cross-time radio link connects father and son across 30 years. The son tries to save his father's life, but then must fix the consequences. Tosin Love says CB is open a bit here. Tosin Love is hearing 25 megahertz. I'll try 25 just out of curiosity. Nothing on 25. Nothing on 25. No, I don't think it's going to scare anyone, Fred. It should be fun. That's what I hear. A tinfoil hat. Yeah. Oh, man. London, I did that once. I had to try and Google the lyrics. Took me half an hour. No, it's not a safety dance. It's not something that is so easy, that safety dance. It's something that... It's one of the old... I remember it's an old punk rock band of the late 70s to early 80s. It's not a known song. It's not a song that, if I would play it, probably very few people would actually tell me, oh yeah, I know that song. It's an odd song, and I don't even remember the band. I don't have their name. So it was like, I was looking at one point I was like, yeah, I'm looking stupid humming and trying to do the beat of the song on my phone to try to get what it is. It's just so bizarre. I know Shazam. I understand Shazam saying, hey, I have no idea what you're trying to do here. You're registered, Tristan. Cool. And thank you for the tip. So, that's nice. Now you've got the link. Everything's fine. So 20 hours UTC tomorrow for the Zoom. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. WF7 Homebrew, if you can remember some musical notes, you can use software to figure out what notes they are and then use that Google search. I did that once and found the song. Yeah, I was trying to find... and I think it's an app that I've seen at one point. And the app, what it does is it's capable, just with humming, to identify songs. And I couldn't remember the app, and I couldn't remember, and by the time you start going into that, you just forgot the song, and you're like, yeah, I forgot the song. Who cares? The song is gone. I don't even know how to hum it or sing it anymore. It's so weird. But it's been driving me crazy because it happened maybe a dozen times over the years that song, for some reason, I don't know why, pops up in my mind, and I'm like, oh, yeah. And it drives me crazy because I just want to so bad to find what it is. It comes from a time when I was, hanging out with my friends at the time, and it immediately brings me to that moment in time, like 1980 maybe or something. So, Alan Endelman Show. There was an Outer Limits episode where a DJ on AM station accidentally made contact with aliens. They took over the station. Nate Van Gelder, remember any lyrics? Nope. Not even. The funny part is when I remember that song, I do remember a little bit of lyrics when I do the song, but it seems it's not enough for anything to find it. And if it's an odd song, it's even more difficult to find. So, no, it's not Mexican radio, Tim Smith. Tostin Love sees a tiny pip of carrier at 25. IWS50 read it as a subreddit trying to remember songs. Yeah, I have to check it out. IWS50, not many movies revolve around ham radio. Nope. That's what struck me at first with Contact, when with Jodie Foster, when she's a kid and she makes contact with a ham station. And there's part of what we were talking about when her dad dies in a movie, and she goes on to her ham radio, and suddenly just says on the radio, "Dad, are you there?" It's what we're talking about. Can we contact using radio? J Product, Me used to work by humming for me. Okay. I think that's the app I was looking for. That name rings a bell. London 1965, 2 weeks ago, I whistled a tune into Google and found it. Think they must have improved the AI. You know what? And it's so stupid because I didn't think about it. But one of the things that I didn't think about is, while I had it in my head, why didn't I hum it into and record it? Because every time I would listen to that humming, it would have come back probably. But I didn't come to mind. Didn't come to mind at all. Penny C, any other clues about the song show? Punk rock band, late 70s. So it's punk rock band, late 70s. An obscure song that didn't play on the radio, or at least here in our radio here. It could have played on the radio, like, maybe in Europe. Maybe it's a European band of some sort. I don't know. I don't even know who they are or what it is, or I have so little indication. And what else can I? It was on a tape that was given to me. That tape had a ton of songs. I'm sure there's other songs on that tape that just doesn't come to mind that I would love to listen again today. That tape was one of my favorite tapes ever. it that song was on that tape, which I played over and over and over and over again until it mangled into the cassette player that I was listening to it, and it's just, scrapped it pretty much. Blogger Guy, PayPal gave me a $1.33 US exchange rate for CAD just now as I joined CIDX Club. So, okay. That's cool. What else do we have? So welcome aboard the club, Blogger Die. Bird says these things will pop up again at weird times. Yeah, and I mean I don't even know what triggered it. I was just cooking food, and it's like suddenly, oh man, yeah. I did have one that I found, and it was a couple of years back. There's a band, one of those bands from that era called New Music, and the song called Straight Lines. I had that come regularly over the years in my head, and I didn't know who they were. I just had, like the song, and I had a few, what would come in my mind all the time is moving on a straight line, and I was like, okay, yeah, I must have found it. And that one I actually found thanks to I think it's Shazam, or maybe just putting the text in Google of moving in a straight line band 1980s whatever, and it came up with New Music Straight Lines, and I said, oh, and I clicked and I said, oh, that's the darn song that's always coming in my mind, and that I had never found before the internet came, and that I was able to find it there. So it's part of the same era of songs. The New Music Straight Lines was on the same cassette as that weird song that I'm trying to find. Fred Waterer says Ted was a great radio guy. Yep. And I mean, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun when it was on WTWW, and I still remember we could go online and put our requests, and they would play at some point. That was cool. That was fun. That's something I miss. It was really, really fun. John Beckham, I have been trying to remember a song from '77 and still haven't found it. Yep. Yeah, the problem, London, is every time it pops in my head, it's always the same little part. It's not the whole thing. So, thank you, Art Dot, for the pizza fun. Much appreciated. And let's look at any thunderstorms right now. We're not too bad right now. We're not in the east part, to the east of Montreal. It's really bad, but we're right now in not a bad situation here in Montreal concerning the heavy thunderstorms we're supposed to have. Toast and Love, I hear music in commercials sometimes and want to find it, but no lyrics. We have here in Quebec an amazing commercial that plays right now. That the guy that thought about it is a genius. So you guys know the knack with the song My Sharona. So we have a hardware store called Rona. 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 So they decided to make a commercial, and the guy in the commercial that works at Rona is Mike. So they actually have the song playing, and through it They have, of course, lyrics like, you're trying to find, because it's a store where you can buy, nails, and a hardware store, and like wood, and you 2x4s, and all sorts of tools you might need for constructions, but also other stuff. And so they have these little lyrics that says, you can't find a 2x4 and so on. And when they go to the song main, the main title, it's Mike chez Rona, which means Mike at Rona. So and they show the guy, and the guy is called Mike, and he works at Rona, and he's there to help you. And it has the Mike, so it sounds like My Sharona, Mike chez Rona. There's no difference. So I think the guy that made that commercial is a genius, because now every freaking people is like, Mike chez Rona is like now the tune in your head and associated with that store forever. It's just crazy, just so crazy. So so what else do we have? KW61. An old Twilight Zone show had a phone ringing invalid after a storm, and it turned out to be your fiance. So Bert says the song I struggled with was called Music Box Dancer by Frank Mills. I heard it on the road trip on the beach when I was a little kid. Drove me crazy till I figured it out. Yeah, at some point, I don't know. But it drives us nuts. It's like, I don't want to know what that song is. I want to hear it again. Blackguard Idea already. Yeah, the movie Frequency, 2000. Boswell Records. I was at wit's end trying to remember who did an old photo punk song called Agitated, and I found it on YouTube. Yeah, Shazam is a good app for music, Jerry R, definitely. You finally find it on YouTube and it has 12 likes. Yeah, kind of, Hey, David in Barcelona. Nice to have you on board, as usual, watching. Says, I also use PVC pipe to support my modified ML830. So, yeah, Mexican radio. Another good, cool tune. Actually, Sheldon is building a list of songs that have to do with radio. And it'd be interesting to have that list. John Beckham, I think the song that I am looking for was sung by Rod Argent or other related band members. Yes, I know UB40 when they did You Got Me, Babe. And what was the other one? They did another one that was popular too. There's a few songs. Red Wine. Red Wine. Jim Gordon in the UK, we whenever I listen to Shortwave, other people always mention a long past UK comedian called Tony Hancock and a sketch he did called Radio Ham. Oh, that'd be an interesting sketch to see. Kevin, I was looking for old songs today. I found a site with old chum charts, searchable by date. Blogger died, 25,000 kilohertz WWV dead in Virginia. No, it's not London Calling by The Clash. It's not something that obvious. It's not something that obvious. Kenneth, the tape was a tape made by somebody. It was not a commercial tape. It was like a mixtape somebody made. I think it was my cousin, one of my cousins, when I went there and we were exchanging tapes with music, and he gave me that tape. He said, "Oh, here's a tape for you. And there's some good music on that." It's a mixtape that he made himself. Well, CIDX be selling swag. No, we don't have CIDX t-shirts or anything. Nope. Yeah, I know some of you would like to have some kind of, maybe a Paul the Cat t-shirt or something. Maybe I should be looking into that, like a t-shirt with Paul the Cat. Well, the picture I used the other day with Paul the Cat next to the Texan S2200X. That would make a great t-shirt, actually. And would go with radio at the same time. So, EC18, nice to have you here. Frequency was a good movie. Fred Water, if WWV will switch to GMT, they would probably call it Greenwich Time Mean. Oh, man. I would put mean in France like the mean Greenwich time. Or the mean Greenwich time. Perry, we're getting hammered here at the moment. So yeah, on the east part I see that it's very, 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 the radar is like all sorts of colors. And so you guys on the east, it's really on the east side that's happening. Here, nothing really that bad. I don't even remember it now. It has to be in my head, Tosin Love. It has to be in my head. Penny, by the way, Shelley, is it possible to find archives of a radio show I listened to in the late 80s? I think it was on CKUT after midnight. They played music from The Cure, The Smiths. If it was on CKUT, unfortunately, the CKUT archive stops after 3 months or something like that. So if it was on CKUT, it's gone. You won't be able to find an archive to it. Like WX50, new music, straight lines. Yep. No problem, London. Marty says, I just saw where Tan Randall passed away from a long illness. Oh, okay. So thanks for updating us. Because it was so sudden. We probably just didn't know he was sick. Man, I thought you were talking about Linkin Park. No, we're talking about a band called The Knack. Which was a band with, that song was from like 1979 or something. You just found a spot on YouTube. It's just great. Honestly, it's just great. Lucky Stars. John Beckham, I have been remembering Kenny Rogers by listening to lots of his music over the past few days. Oh man, Kenny Rogers. My brother-in-law was like Kenny Rogers fan number one. And we would go there on the weekends, and I remember my parents were playing cards with my sister and my brother-in-law while I was listening to Shortwave, and he was always blasting Kenny Rogers in the living room of their house. He was like crazy about Kenny Rogers at the time. And of course my 10 or 11-year-old self was like, oh my god, I can't stand this. It's the kind of stuff that when you're a kid you're like, oh god, this is really bad. And then you get older and you kind of learn these, artists, and you're like, oh, yeah, there's some good stuff. Oh man, time of the season. The Zombies. My brother had this tape of the Zombies he would play over and over again when I was a teenager. There's some good stuff by the Zombies. And so, yeah. Just radio check. Nice to have you here. Kevin, look for the Tony Hancock sketch on YouTube. It's there, but lumped in with the blood donor. Okay, and check it out. Fred Water, ODXC never recovered after Brian Smith died. Yeah, well, that's why we are talking about. That's why we are talking about. We need new names in there for people that are at the. Because they used to have. Because we talked about it. Because usually the board of directors was something that people voted for, so you had to have the members vote for whoever you want to see at the board of directors. But at the state that the club is now, they Sheldon went around with my name and said, what do you think we add Jill to board of directors? And everybody said, oh no, I got no problem with Jill being board of directors now. And we, they came to an idea that, well, I don't think we need elections. I don't think anybody's going to be offended that, I become a board of directors. And add to the fact that the club has tripled in size since I've been talking about it on here and everywhere, and the membership. So they're like, you're the reason why maybe the club still exists, actually. Because the club had reached such a low level of membership at one point that they started thinking, maybe it's time we stop. Then I came along and with this channel and everything, and suddenly it's like 3 times, 4 times more members because of me. So they're like, well, you kind of revive the club. So I think I think we got to think about these things in so many ways. I'm at 56. Unless some unfortunate disease or, we got to be careful. We never know what life brings. Even this, the live shows and the Shortwave channel on YouTube and so on. I guess we can see forward in time I should technically be here and for many years, technically. Kenneth, no, I do not have a contact with. I did a long time ago, a couple of years back. I got a message from him actually through a Facebook Messenger, because he started thinking about me, as he knew I was a geeky radio electronics guy, and he wanted to know if by any chance I was an AM radio operator. And he found my call sign by searching. He found my call sign on QRZ, and he found my name and tried, because he didn't know if it was really me. So he sent me a private message and to say, well, are you, the Gilles that lives in Montreal, that was the son of Florence, my mom, and so on. And I was like, yeah, you're the right guy, yeah. And we got in contact a little bit, but it was a little awkward. I don't know why, because I told him, well, now that we have a contact, add me to your Facebook friends. And his reply was, well, I don't want to really add people to my Facebook friends. And I was like, okay, this is weird. It's like, we have some, we have a family thing going here. I don't get it that you don't want to have me as a Facebook friend. So, it's not like you ask a stranger that you have absolutely nothing about, that I get. But that one was weird, because it was like, okay. Anyways. And so he just asked a few questions, say if I was a guy, and talked a little bit. We talked for a couple of days, and then it was gone. So I have no contact with him for some reason that I don't really understand. But I had the time to get some news of people on my mother's side that I had no news in 20, 30 years. Some were dead, some were. So, it was kind of interesting. We came up to the. Because now we're starting to talk about that. It came up to the fact that where my mom is. Well, where the family. In the cemetery, the family plot there where there's this tombstone. There's like 8 or 9 names on the tombstone now. We did kind of come up with a little bit of discussion. I wanted to know more, which I don't. But it was the fact that we were coming up to the fact that the owners of the cemetery are now at the, you have to pay if you want to continue, if you want that grave to continue being here. And so we came to a little bit on that discussion, and I was interested because my mom's there, my grandmother's there, and there's a few people I knew over time that are there. And I thought, well, who's going to pay for the extension? Because I don't want them to, remove that. So, and I didn't get any news, so I don't know what's happening. But I know that one of my uncles probably is capable of contacting me through my other sister. So, if it ever, I think it's supposed to come at the end of, in 2029 or something. And they're charging a ridiculous amount if you want to have 20 years more or whatever. So, but I know that nobody's going to want to pay, and I'm in this mode where, if nobody wants to pay for it, I guess I'm going to go up and say, my mom's there, I'm going to pay for it. Even though I don't go to the cemetery at all. I mean, it's crazy paying for dead people that are buried. That's always what I say. It's paying hundreds of dollars to maintain a cemetery space. I mean, they're dead. But I went once at the beginning of this year. I went once. It was the first time ever I had gone to the cemetery since my mom died. And I was telling everybody, it's for me, I have a picture of my mom and my sister that are dead in the living room. It's when I see them on that picture, that's much more interesting for me than going to a place where there's green grass and a tombstone. It just doesn't represent anything for me, honestly. But you kind of think about it, and it's what are you gonna do? Anyways, Andy knew Greenwich. Yeah, I know. I always say Greenwich, but it's Greenwich. I don't know. Bob's Old Records remembers brave new waves from Montreal and the CBC. Just love. We got to blast some Kenny Rogers. Hey Matt, nice to have you here. MDK2 from Denver, Colorado. Ken, Joe, do you still check out Kenny's checking out what conditions he's in? Or do you still check out Kenny's checking out what condition he's in? I'm not. What? John Beckham. Oh yes, indeed, Kenny Rogers in the first edition, old radios. Andy New. I have memories of Jesus Built My Hot Rod by Ministry. Really wild. John Beckham. Something's burning. There's this very obscure song that I tried to find for years, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And you know what? I can't find a recording or a decent recording. The only place where I've heard the song, and it's on YouTube, and it's a crappy recording of the 80s. One of our Quebec artists here called Claude Dubois made a duo. It was a French and English song. And the name of the guy, which I have no idea who he is, Leo K. You guys know who Leo K is? So anyways, it took me so freaking long. And it's a song that's half in French, half in English. But I kind of like the song. But boy, it's tough to find any good recording of that song. It seems. But man, it took me time to find that. Finally found it at some point. So I don't know if you guys know Leo K. I have no idea who he is. Manet, what's my favorite movie? I have a lot of movies I really freaking love and series, and you know, it's like, but I would probably put my finger on Back to the Future. Just amazing movies. Kenneth, Mr. Director Jill, please remember us lowly CIDX member. I will remember you. I will remember you. The first thing we'll do is hike the price to $100 a month for subscription. No, it's I don't really find myself into a power trip of any kind. Jim's Radio Check. Seinfeld episode with Kenny Rogers chicken. Yeah. John Beckham. Ruby, don't take your love to town. For God's sakes, turn around. Matt says, McKenny Rogers adds some fun appearances on Reno 9112. John Beckham just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. Okay. Man. Oh man, it's just crazy. Basel Records, whenever you're here, just dropped in to see what my what condition my condition was in. Always makes me think about the Big Lebowski. Yeah. Kenny Rogers and the first edition, What Condition My Condition. Yeah. Jim's Radio Check. Leo Cotley. I don't know, it just says Leo K. K-A-Y. I don't know. RJ Dakota, way back when Kenny Rogers was almost classic rock, songs was called Just Dropped In to See What Condition, yeah, in 1867. Downtime, no radio today? Yeah, we can tune a radio. Maneth, Back to the Future, one of my favorite movies too. Blogger, I wonder if I could find a recording of Dead Skunk in the Middle of the Road. Oh God. Matt says, I never heard that Condition song until I first saw the Big Lebowski. It's just, I don't know. So anyways, it was a mixtape. We got into music right now. It's a mixtape that I got back, way back. Wow, it would be the early 80s for that song that I can't remember what it's all about. I'll talk a little bit about something here because you guys have seen it. I'm going to actually post a review probably tomorrow or Monday at the latest. So I got this thing, the Gradio T26. Kind of a cute, cool looking little radio. I'm halfway into should I return it or should I keep it. It's still a radio that would be in my collection. So this is a AM FM shortwave portable, and it was on sale like at 30. I think I paid 38 Canadian dollars or something on it. It's quite heavy. It actually runs on D batteries, so you guys can see this here. D batteries, look at that. So this thing runs forever, pretty much, but it has a power supply. You can plug in the cord, plug it into your power outlet, becomes a radio that's basically a a good kitchen radio, basically. Plug it in. So this, it's kind of neat. It does feel somewhat, minimum of quality in the switches and everything. But it's not great. The tuning is bizarre. It's a little off frequency. It's interesting because it's as if they're using in the display more of a frequency counter like the good old radios than an actual, tuning the frequency display. It obviously runs with the DSP chip because it has all the characteristics of a radio that runs on that DSP chip. It's not super sensitive. It's shortwave performance. There's a lot of things it doesn't get when it's, and there were stations like Radio Romania 11620. Most nights was decent, strong enough to get on most radios, and it was barely audible on this with the telescopic. Things like that. So it's finicky to tune. It's not very sensitive. I'll do a little more videos, one with medium wave band. Right now I've clicked the I will return this radio button on Amazon. I do have until June 7th to do so. And I'm halfway there. I'm like, do I send it back or do I keep it? It's part of my radio collection. I'm going to really think about it. The only thing this thing is good, honestly, that I would say, yeah, it is good. You're looking for a cheap kitchen radio that sounds good. It has like a tone switch. It sounds okay. It really sounds okay. And you want to listen mostly to your local AM or FM stations. Yeah, that does the job. Okay. As a kitchen radio, you just plug it in, and you've got a kitchen radio that works forever. And if you put D batteries in it, well, you'll have a working radio if there's, a power outage. But for the rest, it's a cheap radio and it doesn't receive that well. It's tough to tune. The bandwidth's too wide. You get it. One of those cheap radios that's not really great. So that radio, which would kind of say it's a great radio. Worst part is that there's hundreds of comments on Amazon, and it's like this thing got like 4.5 stars out of 5. Really? Do you know what a really good radio is? I guess everybody that bought it was buying it for a kitchen radio, not for anything else. So, anyways, that's what I got to say on this radio. I'll have the review video coming up on the next couple of days. So I'll see. Do I return it or not? Do I want to get my $40 back or not? I'll be thinking about that. For the Gradio T26. The Gradio T26. Don't buy that, especially for shortwave. It's just saying, okay? But it's a nice big size. It's a neat looking radio, honestly. So we'll see. Okay. What else do we have? 4 a.m. in Sri Lanka. You can't sleep, our friend Manit? Do you listen to the local radio stations there? Do you know what shortwave radio is all about? Is there something? Do you sometimes tune the radios? See what's out there? What else do we have? The style is nice. Definitely, it's cute. It's definitely cute. John Beckham, DGen DE 1131, very sensitive, but you need to make sure you have the latest firmware. It has lots of features, but it's up to you if you want to consider it. I'm gonna look at it definitely. I know Blogger Die has a blog on it. He's talked about it, so I'm gonna check it out. Nate Van Gelder bought that radio and gave it away. FM reception was poor at best. Medium wave was nearly non-existent except the 50K stations in the area. Yeah, it's not very sensitive. And for FM, it's not that great too, because I don't get my. I usually listen to the stations in Vermont, and it unfortunately does not really get it at all. So no, it's not that great of a radio. Okay. Kevin Michael hates DSP radios. Recently got an AWA Exos 5. The FM is not strong on it. Plus, you need an outdoor antenna. So 1 to 10, give it a 5. London, returning a radio is like returning a puppy. How could you? Well, I would not return a puppy, that's for sure. And I know it. You know, part of me is like, come on, it's $40. You can handle it. Just put it on the shelf with the other radios. At least you got a copy of it. If anybody asks you questions, you have one. You can tell them what it's all like, you know. Like I ordered the new version of the SI 4732 Mini Portable with the headphone amplifier and IZ input mod. And then you've been looking at the manual of the UV98. I think a steep learning curve is incoming. Yeah, these are complex stuff. Absolutely. There's so many things on these radios that it can do. It's just crazy. Kenneth just updated his SI 4732 radio to firmware 2.14. Corrects many of the peeves from 2.11. Plus now it has memories. Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna check it out. Actually, I'm gonna take the occasion of updating the mine to also show everybody how to update, because there's tons of people that are like, well, how do you update? Yeah, okay. I need to make a video to have you guys to have some of the guys understand how it works. So what gets all I hear is Radio Gaga, Radio Goo Goo. Yeah, a Queen song. That Queen song. Yeah, love that song actually. Not to be confused with the GE Super Radio. Yeah. So there's, you know, I am amazed at so I'm amazed at all of these little weird new little devices we have. Worst part, I paid the same price for this thing than the Gradio T26 I just showed you. And this is a million times better. And has SSB. And it's sensitive. And it's like, you can see that it all has to do with the way the design was done. But you know what? I mean, look at the size of the radios. And this is where sometimes, you know, we talk about price point and radios. So this thing is tiny compared to the radio that I got in my hand, the T26. But we also got to think about something. You might think, well, how come that little tiny thing is better than this? The fact that this has a big plastic casing, this adds the price. Look at the speaker here. Look at the speaker inside it. I mean, this is a big speaker. This isn't cheap. So this is also adding to the price. And so you end up with, well, and there's a power supply for AC current. That adds to the price too. So you might think, well, how come this thing can't perform like the other? But yeah, the other doesn't have an AC power supply here. Doesn't have that huge speaker in front of it. Doesn't have a case that's actually designed for manufacturing. This is obviously 3D printed. This, just by looking at it, this is 3D printed. So the money went to other stuff. Instead of going to the electronic circuit in it, it went to things that make it a radio for your kitchen. And for that, it does the job that it's supposed to do. There are things like that sometimes you got to think about when there's a price point on a radio, and it's interesting. John Beckham, with 6030 Greenville down and no Radio Marti, it's kind of quiet on the bands here in Northeast Florida. Yeah, I know. I've been thinking and kind of meditating on the fact that the evenings in North America, honestly, are getting quiet. They are getting to a point where you're like, my evening listening. So, and we had the fact that there's a noisy condition here, so there are things I might want to listen to that I can't. But you get to a point where you're like, so if I do an evening of listening here on the East Coast, I'll have 2200 hours UTC, 6 p.m. local. I can have Voice of Turkey when it's on, because sometimes it's not. Or I can have 3 days a week Spain in English and French. Then we move on to 2300 hours UTC, where it's like, unless there's something good on WRMI, there's not much to listen to. Go to 0 UTC, Radio Romania. 030, you got Radio Slovakia via WRMI. Go to 01. If you are only English language speaker, then there's not much. I am lucky to have Radio Romania in French if I want to. That's why I often go to Slovakia on 15770, because I can listen to the Romania French language. Then you have a time where it's like, okay, well, at 02, I don't see much. At 03, you might have the West Coast broadcasts of like Turkey or Romania, but you start thinking about it and you're like, okay, if anybody in North America buying a shortwave radio, unless you're in a very quiet spot, it's dangerously quiet. I mean, imagine if Radio Romania would say tomorrow morning we're leaving shortwave. You better like utility stations, because in terms of broadcasts, there's not a lot. You know, you guys in Europe, those that are in Europe, I still remember John, Mad Radio DXer. that is here regularly. When we talked about, how quiet it was, and I kind of told him, I said, well, if you think Europe is quiet, how about coming here to North America? You're going to see what quiet is. Because there's tons of little, there's tons of pirates, first of all, that are like almost 24 hours. There's tons of broadcasts from these small little private stations that are existing, like Channel 292 and so on. Europe has it good compared to North America. In an evening in Europe, if you look at schedules, there are still a lot of broadcasts throughout the evening that you can listen to. North America is really pretty much abandoned by international broadcasters, and it shows. It really shows. Mike WX50, remember Victor Guntiki's shortwave reports from Sri Lanka back in the day. Wow. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Ontario, Canada. Kev, Michael used to have G Super Radio 3 back in the day. I got one here. It's actually gathering dust. I should take it out and take it for a spin for you guys. I think you guys would like to see the Super Radio 3 in action, which is, it's okay, nothing more. Unfortunately, the Super Radio 3 is a crap compared to the original Super Radio 1, and even the 2, which is still pretty good, honestly. No problem, Craig. Be fun to have you on board the Zoom tomorrow. Let's check it out here just by curiosity. Want to see if anybody added itself. So if we look at tomorrow's Zoom, we're at in registrations 36, which is not bad. Well, probably 35, because if there was an error, I'm just going to check the view the registrants. So, okay, Trustin is added there. What's the difference, Trustin? I guess something must have gone wrong with the, if I look at your name earlier, Trustin. Tristan, I don't see the difference, but anyways, so 35 probably, because your name, Tristan's name is there twice, so we're at 35. So it's kind of cool. I think it's going to be fun for you guys to see you guys tomorrow, and be in a different environment also at the same time. Pretty cool. Once again, for those that are here and that weren't here earlier, we got a Zoom tomorrow. Yes, we do. And that Zoom, I will share the link once again. It'll be a lot of fun to see you guys tomorrow at that Zoom meeting. It's for everybody, not just people that have donated. It's really open to everyone. Everyone. You're all welcome. And the link for the Zoom is this. I'll share with you guys again. It'd be fun to have all of you here. What the hell? Trying to, for some reason I can't. There we go. Copy, paste. There we go. Copy. Zoom meeting 20 UTC May 18th 2025. There's the Zoom meeting. Here's the Zoom meeting. So this is going to be it's going to be cool. Hope to see you there tomorrow. Okay, and once again, I will just do a little self promotion if you like what I do. And tonight I'm actually forcing everybody that has never donated before, and you don't have to donate a big amount. I mean, donate what you can. The amount doesn't matter. The fact that you're helping out is what matters. You can use the super chat here, give a little something. It'd be a lot of fun to do so. Thanks again for those that do. There's a lot of people that are regulars that donate, some every week, some every month. But it'd be fun to see new names. It'd be fun to see other people. We sometimes reach over 200 people watching this. And we have just a handful of people that are giving a little something to help out. You like what I do, you're here all the time, think about it. You know, you just got off by a new radio or something and you're like, wow, this is cool. Well, how about a little something about what you might be interested in, which is loving this live show and the videos that I do every week. Super chat here. And of course, there's the PayPal Pizza Fund, which is to make sure that I can eat so that I'll be here next week and didn't die from starvation. This is also something where, through PayPal, you know what, if you never thought about it, you know, think about the fact that you're paying cable, you're paying maybe extra for Netflix, paying extra for Disney Plus channel, whatever. Think about it, you know, I'm here, I'm a little annoying, I ask, you know, for a little bit of donation sometimes, but it keeps me going. It helps me out. I mean, this is my job. I don't have a 9-to-5 job somewhere. This and my tech channel on YouTube are my job, my paycheck. And part of the paycheck is also the donations. So thank you so much. It's much appreciated. And think about it. Maybe you never did it. How about, you know, couple of bucks, especially if you like what I do. Okay, you know, tomorrow I'll be here on a Zoom with all of you guys. I mean, this is my time. I could just say, hey, to hell with it. Why should I take another day of doing something? Well, because I love it, because I love you guys, and part of it is because you guys help me back, and it's cool. Okay, Kenneth says, well, I am thinking about it midweek, hearing Voice of Korea, 11680, domestic service. Was up late breaking in my new Dwarf 3 Smart Scope. Cool. That thing doesn't have SSB mode. Nope, absolutely not. No problem, Craig. John Beckham, is the Gradio made by Prunus? It might be, I don't know, because it has the same, I'm going to say it the way I want to say it. It has the same crappiness as most Prunus radios I've ever seen. But I don't know who actually makes those. I'm just looking here at the weather to see. So, what is the weather like? So, this is what it looks like right now here in our bad weather situation in Montreal. Bad weather situation. Whoops. So, you can see that maybe one little thunderstorm. But, you know, compared to the east, look at the, you know, our friend in Sherbrooke there saying is being pounded. Look at that. Sherbrooke is in the middle of that really bad area. I mean, look at that. To the east of Montreal, it's really, really bad. But here, it's for now not too bad. So you know, we're okay with that. So hang in there, guys, because there is still a heavy thunderstorm watch for the area. If I was going to spend $10 or $12 on a radio, it would be the XH Data 219. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Kevin, my daughter's off to Iqaluit tomorrow, so I may not be able to join the Zoom. Well, we'll see what you can do. Well, if it depends on, because the Zoom's going to be a few hours. So if you can make it, even if it's late, better than nothing. You'll be there. So it's going to be interesting to check out, for sure. So we're getting at 23 UT, which is 7 p.m. local. Let me check something. I want to see. I think it starts May 15th, so we're at the 17th. Iqaluit. I'm just curious. There was a Iqaluit broadcast. Okay. On 6507. And I'm trying to see what time it was. That's interesting. So we should have the return of the Iqaluit weather broadcasts. Let me just check 6507. I'm trying to find, there was a time, wasn't it like 2330 UT? Or was it 2230 UT? 6.507 and upper sideband. I'll leave it there just out of curiosity. 6507 upper sideband was from Iqaluit. So Jean Arash, looking at a small blue radio, I am thinking next they'll have a radio that is a microchip implant in your head. Yeah. At some point it probably will be. Hey, I'm willing. If somebody out there says I can have a shortwave radio implanted in my head that I can, tune to shortwave on, and it'll always be with me, I'm taking the risk. I'm gonna be there. Kevin Michael, yeah, Radio Thailand and Radio Pilipinas. These are terrible for me. These are terrible for me. These are losses that are really bad. Radio Thailand was a favorite of mine. And the fact that just because the US AGM funding is gone and the transmitter site has been inactive, it's really sad. Honestly, and that is one of the really sad part of all of it. Lagardai, it's hard to imagine a radio worth $1,000 for me. When I got my Yaesu FTD-X10, there's a lot of thinking going on, and a lot of the elite, well, I'm going to call it like that, the elite in radio are always on the case of, well, these cheap radios they're not like our big gun $1,000 receivers and transceivers. Most of them have never done anything. Sorry if I'm waiting. If I pause, it's because I'm trying to see if I hear a voice or something. There's this, this difference between the actual reality of wake up, because a $100 Texan PL330 kicks ass much more than you think compared to your big $3,000 transceiver. it's become to a point where the difference in performance has come extremely close suddenly. I'm just going to check something. I'm hearing a voice. It's funny, and the impression of hearing a voice, unless it's, no, that's 25. Okay. And we get to a point where, no, believe it or not, stop thinking that your $1,000 gear is a million times better than the cheap or the inexpensive gear. It is better because it has certain things. My Yaesu, yeah, it will get an edge because it has that digital noise reduction you can use. There's more controls and more stuff you can play with. But then again, think about it. If you buy an SDR Play RSP1B, you get all of these controls. You get all of these bells and whistles in software in a PC. That thing will cost 1/10 of a transceiver, brand new. Yet, you will not hear on your transceiver anything that you don't hear on a less expensive radio. The difference is you might enhance it enough to be there, good enough to deal with the signal. But there is absolutely no signals that I will tell you that my Yaesu FTDX10 can get on the same antenna than most of my portable radios. My Texan PL 990, 880, 330, NXH Data D808, they're all going to get it. The signal's there on all of these radios. It's crazy. And it might, for a lot of people, it's unbelievable. It's like, no, it can't be. I still see so many elite hams poo-pooing Chinese radios, and I'm like, yeah, maybe you should learn a little more and educate yourself about what these things are. I mean, when I take on the Panasonic RFB 300 from the 80s, when I think about the radios, the portables I had in the 80s that unfortunately I should have kept, even the Radio Shack DX302, which was a cool, nice rig to play with, they're a piece of junk compared to what we got today for less money than back in the day. I mean, this is something to think about. Yes, some of the bells and whistles will help you out on the more expensive radios. One of the biggest things that I wish manufacturers would do with any of these radios, can you just add one thing? Fast, medium, slow, off, automatic gain control. So that single sideband is less harsh to listen to. If somebody adds that to a portable, kill the radio. It's crazy what we have today. And it's sad to see that there's way too many people, especially in the elite AM community, that are just so stubborn that no, it's impossible. There's these radios are like cheap junk. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. You really don't know what you're talking about. So, Justin, what do you use for your kitchen radio? Myself, I use an R9700. I use a I have only one thing in my kitchen. I'm lying. I've got a kitchen table with about 40 radios on it because I never eat at the kitchen table. So there's a lot of radios on my kitchen table. I don't have an official kitchen radio because I listen more to the radio in my office, or if I do listen in the kitchen or somewhere else, I'll just take a portable and bring it with me. If I would have a official kitchen radio, then what would I use, or what would I dedicate as a kitchen radio? Maybe I'd put my Super Radio 3 to use for AM FM, and just like, okay, well, here's a kitchen radio. If I want shortwave, then, I'm not sure I'd dedicate an official radio as a kitchen radio. Or maybe I'd use, I don't know. I'm not in that kitchen radio mode, because I just, with a portable, it's like, we're talking kitchen radios because in the day, portables were big, radios were big. So if you would have or want to be using a kitchen radio, you'd use one of your big portables, or you'd have something. I remember when I was a teenager, the multiband, the realistic CB60 multiband radio. My mom needed a kitchen radio because there was such a thing as listening to the radio in the kitchen all the time, because my mom was in the kitchen all the time. So I told her to take the CB60 multiband. If I need it in the evening, I'll just take it and put it back on your favorite station, and that's it. So that was, these were kitchen radios back in the day. These were kitchen radios. This one was a kitchen radio for several years, actually. It was either tuned to, most of the time it was tuned to AM. It was on the medium wave band, because back in the day there were still a lot of stations here in Montreal on the AM bands, like CKC 730, CGMS 1280, Radio Canada French 690. That was what my mom was listening to, CKVL 850. So, but today it's there's no, I got a Sangean WFR 32 that, by the way, apparently the aggregator for the WFR 32 from Sangean has changed, and then now it's become a crappy internet radio. Don't buy it. If you want to buy an internet radio, forget it. That Sangean WFR 32 is a piece of crap. Since they changed the aggregator, it connects all the time, disconnects all the time, reconnects all the time, restarts all the time. So what a piece of junk now. And look how expensive it is. I mean, I actually wrote to them. I said, you know what? This is the second internet radio, and it's twice a big joke in my face. I should get a refund for both of them because of the shit that you're doing with these radios. Maybe it's your configuration. No, I got dozens of people that know I own one send me a message saying, is it just me, or that radio is now crappy and disconnects all the time? No, it's become crappy and disconnects all the time. You're totally right. So, so I use it as a Bluetooth speaker because its sound quality is amazing. It's like, those Bose radios, or the Bose speakers. It's as good as that. So what I do is I just connect my phone and play the music I want to hear, because it sounds great. And if I want to stream stuff, maybe I'll stream stuff there. But, Yeah, the one I have sucks. Jim's radio check. Basel Records. I just cranked up the RF gain on my SDR, and suddenly there's tons of signals out there. Yeah, that's that. You gotta do stuff. No problem, Matt. It happens. It would have been fun to see you though, but yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Craig Martinetti, what time is it in the Eastern Time Zone? 4 p.m., Craig. It's 4 p.m. What else do we have? Let's go zoom. John Beckham, I can remember my first transistor radio made by GE as it was a 6-transistor radio and a black leather carrying case. The leather smelled good. Yeah, when they were real leather rather than these vinyl crap of today. I like that zoomer as a cat's name. Yeah, we'll go back in 1999, just before the all hell should have broken loose. None is up for a Paul the Cat t-shirt. Did you send me your message, Craig? I didn't get it. I would gladly send it to you, but I believe I didn't get your email. Or if I did, and I replied, I did reply. No problem, Mike. Walking the dog. Yeah, Netflix and Prime now put ads, which is like, wow, I'm subscribed and I'm paying money for a subscription. I get ads. You know, when you're not subscribed to anything, I get it. Ads is okay. For me, it's okay because it's a way of, you know, having free content. Have the big companies pay for you to see whatever's out there. I have no problem with that. There is abuse of it, of course. But when I pay for a subscription, that's kind of hard to grasp. Take care, Manit from Sri Lanka. It was nice to have you on board. No problem, John Beckham. Happy to be here. Kenneth gives us some love because he's on the run from Spaceballs to Pizza Hut. Oh, God. David Newmeyer, thank you so much for the pizza fund. Much appreciated. Really appreciate it. So, thanks, guys. Well, I've been mentioning you all the time, Craig. I don't know why I think nobody's seeing your message. You're here, and I did answer back a lot of times on some of your stuff. Maybe it's because I'm a little far behind in the chat. Okay, Michael, I've got the 1960s radio look alike. The FM on the dial is 88 to 108, but the band is 74 to 100. Japanese FM band. I wonder how they made that mistake. Wow. There was not a lot of research done if that is a mistake they did. What else do we have? Let's check it out here. Iqaluit. I think Iqaluit's on the same time zone as I am. I think it's just really up north, but same time zone pretty much. They have a weather broadcast, but I don't have the. I don't have the. Okay, IndieX, are you registered for the Zoom? Cool, and it'll be fun to have you on board. Kenneth, beware of hackers putting you on brother's stairs 24 hours a day. Hey, I'm okay. I'll be there 24 hours a day. Dave Newmeyer just registered. Cool. It'll be fun to see you. Kevin Michael says VMC Charlottesville, Australia, with weather forecast at 7 p.m. in SSB mode. Jean Arrache, merci pour le don. Nice to have you here. Kenneth, the built-in filters are the most expensive part of a decent radio. Yeah. Junior Gordon, nice to have you here. RJ Dakota, I've had my share of expensive radios. My PL330 is indeed very fine little receiver, especially for the SSB. Yeah. No problem, Blind Eye. Ken Michael hopes for a rebirth of broadcasting on shortwave. Yeah, in North America, there's, I guess, for a lot of broadcasters, there's no need. There's just no need for, you know, a broadcast. So it's the way it is. I mean, I still have to put up that. It's a little complicated. That's why it's taking time. But I'm going to put up that David Smith video. I'll try to do it this week, where you guys will see how important shortwave is in Africa. It's pretty cool. Okay, I do like my Malahide DSP2 radio and even my SI4732 for adjustable AGC. Toastin' Love's got a bathroom. I got one here. You know what? I won it. I saw it the other day. Where is it? I can't see it right now. I've got... Do you guys remember when Radio Shack was selling a shower radio? It's a radio you could put in the shower. It's made expressly for the fact that it could get wet and it's okay. I got it here. I won that radio at the CIDX Christmas dinner several years back. There were radios. There were like old stuff that were being given away. And I got that radio as a gift, as a surprise gift. And I have it here somewhere. I need to take it out. I need to take it out for a spin and actually tune the bands with it for a medium wave. Okay, Michael, there are too many people that don't know about good radios. I have the Texan PL990, grounding satellite 800 for long wave, medium wave, and shortwave DX. Matt, I have my satellite 750 in my bedroom. I still listen to shortwave on it when signals are strong, like our EE in the afternoon, but otherwise it's just for local listening. That's what a lot of people do, actually, do local listening. It's the kind, you know, and the satellite 750 was one of those big, you know, tabletop radios, basically. London says my mom had a Roberts radio with tiny turntable underneath for AM tuning. I have it now. Wow. Yeah. Okay, Michael had the patrolman's shortwave 60 SWAT cats. I never sent a reception report to an AM station. Do they ever issue a QSL card? You know what? Try it. Some still, without sending a QSL, might just reply to you in an email and acknowledge your reception, which is kind of like it. Do it. You got anything to lose. You know, you want to get an answer. That's all. But do it. Okay, Michael, thank you for bringing that out. I'll never buy one. Juliet radios, yeah. Yeah, Y2K. Bob's Old Records, I won't consider an internet radio unless they're an improvement of my phone or laptop. I use the Bluetooth on my stereo and get most everything in FM quality. Yeah, it depends on the setup you have and all of that, you know, and if you want to use your PC to do or your phone or whatever. You know, honestly, what I like now, and this has really been a big part of my fun, thanks to Shoyoung, when I got this, which really, honestly, darnly looks so realistic as an old radio. And so it has AM and shortwave. FM and shortwave, sorry. And you know what? It sounds good. I pair my phone with the Bluetooth radio, the Bluetooth in here, and I play Glenn Hauser's World Radio or Wavescan or anything that is like radio like. It's kind of fun. I play it through this. I have a lot of fun, and it works great. It all depends what you want to do and what you want in reality. There's advantages to maybe getting something that does it on its own. One of the radios that I do I use a lot, the Shoyang LC90, for its capability of being an hybrid device. It's a shortwave radio. It's an internet radio. It just switch whenever you want to do stuff. One evening this week, I was actually amazed. I listened to shortwave. I listened to, Spain. I listened to Slovakia. I listened to Romania. And when there was like really nothing much, I did tune around a little bit on the ham bands or stuff like that, see what's on. And you know what? I was tired. I just switched to the smart radio mode, and it's like, yeah, stream, and stream Radio Australia or BBC World Service or into my podcast. Go into my podcast and get, today's podcast of Radio Prague or, Radio Sweden Weekly. It's an actual amazing little device that does it all. And I'm really find it cool. I really, really find it cool to have that radio and just switch from one to the other all the time. It's just fun. It has its quirks, there's sometimes that it might freeze or, but all internet radios do that actually. So I can't put it at this is worse than, because even the CNGN does it. And it's as expensive, if not more. But there's a fun thing about just switching and going around. And since they use ChatGPT to recognize your search requests and voice, oh man, it works great. I mean, you just say stream Radio Australia, and it's just going to display, oh, you want Radio Australia? Here we go. It understands you like every time. So there's so much. I'm amazed at that little radio now. As much as I kind of poo-pooed it a little bit at the beginning, and actually Shoyang told me that their sales went down because of my review, as much as at every improvement they made, this thing became a darn surprising radio. They've removed the noise that shortwave was plagued with through firmware. This is amazing, and the radio's become really, really cool. Yeah, I've always wondered, Kevin Michael, why Europe, Asia, Middle East have long wave stations and never did it happen in North America. I don't know. Hey, you guys remember the shower radio, eh? From Radio Shack. Man, I got it here and it's not that far. It's so sad that I can't. Let me check out quickly. Okay, give me 2 seconds, guys, because I want to see if I can bring it up, because I did see it not that long ago, actually. So it can't be very far. It can't be very far. Schnooks. Where did I see it? Where did I freaking see it? I'm trying to figure out where I saw the shower radio. Man, it isn't far. I saw it this week, I think. I was looking at stuff and it's like, oh, it's there. Yet, oh man, I'd love to take it out and show you guys. I'll try to find it this week and I'll have it for next week's show. It can be very far. That's the problem when you have too many radios. You don't know where they are. Yeah, I got some talkies. Look at that. You want to see some RS talkies? I've got the. I've been kicking this camera a few times. Here we go. Oops. Here we go. So one of them, and that's only part of my talkies. I've got a 40 channel one here, which is the TRC 216. There you go, 40 channel. This, a friend of mine saw it on, I think it was on a Hamfest. They had two of those, so they had a pair for $20. And my friend said, I don't want to have a pair, I just want one. Would you be willing to pay $10 so we can share the price and we each have one? And I'm like, fine, $10. I'm okay with it. And so we got one for $10. And here, this is, if you watch Stranger Things, this one is on Stranger Things. So this is the TRC 214. It is. I got a pair. This I got a pair of, and this also came from. This came from a garage sale actually. I went to a garage sale, and there was a pair of these. The guy was asking me for asking $5 for the pair. So I told him it's like $5. Now this baby's coming home for $5. That's for sure. And they still work well. They have 3 crystals actually. They have channel 4. If I'm not mistaken, A is channel 14, B is channel 19, and C is channel 30. So they do have 3 crystals in them. And I mean, they still work great. And these things are like 40, 45 years old. And man, I had so much fun with these. I still remember back in the day in the 80s, there were like the cheap walkie-talkies you would buy, which were all ham channel 14. And I bought this one with my hard-earned money. And I remember going to the park, and there's a bunch of kids, and I heard one of the kids look at the walkie-talkie and says, "Oh, he's got the good ones. These are good. Much better than the ones we have." And I was like, yeah, well, they are pretty cool. Honestly, they are not bad at all. But so I got that. I got 2 of those, and I got a TRC 232, I think, which is a it's not here, unfortunately. It sounds almost, oh yeah, it's there. Okay, got it. Let me show you guys once again. Here we go. Here we go. So this is the TRC 234 40 channel. This was one of the last ones that they had. The story behind this is that this was way too expensive. This was like $200 here in Canada, here in Montreal, back in the day. I would not pay $200 for this. And so Radio Shack, sometimes, I don't know in the US, you guys, the Radio Shack did that. They would put a table up in front of the store with all the junk that either is broken or people don't want, and would sell them at really, really heavy discount. So one day I'm passing by and I see that there's a table, so I go and see what they're selling. This is on the table. The price tag, $35. But on the, like, next to it, there's a little tag that says the antenna connector is broken. So it's as is. You take it, you can return it. $35, it's yours. So I'm like, $35 for this. The antenna connector is broken. I can handle that. So I paid $35. Got home, opened it up. Indeed, there was a little broken part. And what I did is I actually put it back, soldered the connectors, and I put tons of hot glue around it, like tons and tons of it. It held it in place, and it's still holding in place, by the way. And I just put my antenna on it, and it was working great. 40 channel CB, so $35. But this thing was expensive back in the day for what it was, and I think this is one of the last Radio Shack realistic talkies that they ever sold. This is one of the last ones that were. So, and a quick story short, the LC, I mean, it works fine, but there was a light that illuminated the display here, and it burned out. And why? I plugged it in on, I had a power supply. You know those power supplies that it's DC 0 to like 20 volts? You just have to put it at the proper voltage. I don't know, I was tired or something. The power supply was at 15 or 16 volts. So I plugged it in, and by the time I realized the voltage was too high, it burnt out the LED from the display. Luckily, it didn't damage the radio itself. It still works. But these are fun to play with, but dang, you know, you gotta put a lot of batteries in these things. I mean, but that was the big thing back in the day. It's like, yeah, I gotta load these things with like 10 batteries or something, or 12 if they were alkaline. You remember they had that fake little battery? Like, okay, well, if you put alkalines, you'll take out the fake battery and put all of them inside. And if you lose alkaline, actually, you use the fake battery. If you use rechargeables, you have to take out the fake battery because of the voltage difference. But man, had a lot of fun. And honestly, I would take out the fake battery even on alkalines because they would work fine with 15 volts instead of 12. And I was thinking, well, maybe there's a little more power in there. So, but I had a lot of fun with these. I would go to the park and I would stand there. I mean, this was the days when you don't care, you know, can I get kidnapped? Can something bad happen? Can something, you know, it's, I'm just going to put the, okay, here we go. So anyways, because I don't want to lose my spot in the chat room here. So, I would, you know, today, I don't know if as a kid it would be a good idea, but back in the late 70s, early 80s, and in Montreal, honestly, even today, I think I would still do it. But I would go, because sometimes I was like, you know, after school, I'm alone, there's nothing happening, it's boring, what do I do? So I remember I had this one. So this one I would go out to the park. And at the park, I only had channel 14 back in the day. I didn't have the crystals. They were too expensive. I didn't have money for it. I would just extend the antenna, go on channel. And anyways, any kid that had the talkie, we're on channel 14 anyways. So I would go to the park after school. And I would just start like, you know, hello, I'm at this park, and I'm using realistic TRC-214 talkie. I'm wondering how far it can go. Is there anybody out there that hears me? And I would do that, you know, regularly. Almost every time, at some point, somebody would answer back. At one point, it was a bunch of kids that had these cheaper talkies, but that could hear me. And I would tell them, I said, come to the park. You know where the park is? And they'd come to the park. I remember they came to the park. They were like 3 or 4 kids with talkies. And we had fun that night playing, just talking with our talkies. We just had a tremendous amount of pleasure doing that. One guy, one day, that's the dangerous part. One guy one day was like, he got a CB in his car. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not that far. Where are you? It's like, yeah, I know it's crazy. It's like, yeah, come over. I'm inviting some unknown guy in his car because we were talking on the CB radio. But the guy was super cool. It's like, he showed me a CB in his car. It was really nice. And we made contact. He even like rode slowly across the streets around to see how far we could talk. And the guy was really, really cool. I've heard stuff and I've seen stuff that were frankly a little bizarre. And, that's part of life. But over time, it was innocent fun. And, there was no like, I'm going to get killed, kidnapped, or I don't know. I was, maybe the fact that you're young also. It's like, you're 13 or 14. You're a little innocent on the side. I was innocent. I was like, people are good. Yeah. The majority of them. But yeah, it happens. I would have been the guy that says, well, he disappeared talking to some stranger on his walkie-talkie. That would have made the headline for sure. But honestly, I had so much freaking fun doing this. It's just cool, when you think about it. Yeah, no high voltage radios in the shower, that's for sure. We have a local artist here that died many years ago. And he was very popular. And he died because he changed a light bulb in his bathroom. And he was standing in the shower and electrocuted himself because of that. And died. He actually died. I was like, what a stupid way to die, changing a bulb, standing in your shower. Oh, God. Daniel Meyer just got a couple of RS talkies from the 70s. Yeah. Tandy in the UK, yeah. Yeah, in the UK, you guys there, it was so weird. That was Tandy. I mean, here in Canada, it was called Tandy Radio Shack. But Radio Shack was really the name. Oh, Carol Burnett. Oh, dang. That reminds me of the good old days. Carol Burnett. Oh, man. Steve's 5070X 11780 Radio National Arizona currently strong signal. Soccer game, yeah, probably. They have a lot of sports. Let's see how good it is here. Yeah. That's good. Turkey, which should have been next to it at this time. No, it's not. We're at what? No, it's too late. We're 23 now. Francis Moore. Nice to have you on board. Got a broken heart. She says I'm too complex. You got to take it easy, man. Broken hearts, unfortunately, are part of life. They're not fun, but you know what? You got to take it easy. I totally know how it feels. Take the time to move on and to mostly take care of yourself. Do radio, even though if you don't feel like it, still turn it on and tune. That's going to make you feel better. TFP Taloa Fishing Paddling. What is the name of the radio he was just talking about? Do you mean the shower radio, or I'm trying to figure out. I talked about so many radios suddenly. Artisanal Crafters Kitchen, Jill, that's good. Problem to have. Spoken by someone who knows. Yeah, these talkies were big. Kevin Michael remembers the 40 channel. Yeah, they made so many talkies, absolutely. So somebody just scored a goal, I guess. Bob's Little Radios, RGD. I was listening to a football match on Radio National Amazon a couple of days ago. Someone got 4 points. Well, I'll be darned if I knew what team it was. RJ Dakota says, Stranger Things, those realistic talkies were always visible. Yep, absolutely. I remember when the first season appeared, my nephew being proud, taking a picture of my talkies and saying, my uncle has Stranger Things walkie-talkies. He was just so proud. Imagine the prices they might go now just because they were appearing in Stranger Things. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Kenneth says, nowadays, if a group of kids at the park say that, I would run. Oh, man. I'd do it from home sometimes. I would just call. And I remember calling a guy that was he was younger than me, but we would actually see each other in high school. And I was maybe in third grade, and he was in his first year in high school. And he says, yeah, I know you. You live further up the street. And I'm like, yeah, I do. And he was like, I have nobody to talk to. And I said, well, you got someone now. So I would tell him, I say, how about we, through the summer, I remember doing that through the summer. I told him, I said, how about we meet up on the CB radio every Friday at 8 p.m. And he said, oh, that sounds so cool. I have somebody to talk to. And, man, we did that all summer. And then one day I bumped into him and his mom. And his mom looked at me and said, can I tell you one thing? I said, what? You're such a sweet guy. Because he was really sad he had nobody to talk to. And you talked to him every Friday. And he was just so happy. He would just talk about it all the time. I got my friend on Friday night on the CB radio. And I was like, well, I found it so cool that I could talk to somebody regularly. That was the cool thing. Talk to somebody. I wanted to talk to people. So it's like, I've got this guy that wants to talk to me. Of course. Joe Walker, thank you so much for the tip on PayPal. And so it was like, I was happy to talk to someone and I wanted to use the talkies. It was like, I got the freaking device. I want to talk to someone with it. I want to use them all the time. So there was some mysterious, I still remember sitting on my balcony, being amazed that invisible waves from the antenna of the talkie was going towards that direction, and he could talk back to me. It was something that I was totally amazed. It just was beyond that. There's a reason I'm here tonight. It was beyond, and it's like invisible waves are here. It's just so cool. So when she told me, it's so nice that you talked to him, because he had a friend on Friday night that he could talk to on his radio. It was like, I had a friend to talk to on the radio on Friday nights. I was also looking forward to it. It was kind of cool, these little things sometimes that, you just don't think about it. But, maybe that, um, changes life forever. You never know, what could happen and how this could impact someone. Scotia Radio, walkie-talkies from the old days. RJ Dakota, it's great when you know how to actually fix something and make it work better than you. Yeah. And I got it for $35 instead of $200 for the time, Where are you camping, Scotia Radio? London 19657 says, watch a football game today, but listen to the radio commentary. Makes it exciting. It's always the same thing. It's like a hockey game. I'm not a fan of hockey, but I have a friend of mine that always gets these tickets and always calls me up and says, hey, I got tickets for the Montreal Canadiens. And one of the things I find the most boring at an actual real game is, but the comments on the radio or TV are so much fun to listen to if you follow a game. When you're at the actual place, it's like, wow, this is so boring. Yeah, okay, he's going there, it's going there. It's like, there's nobody explaining anything to me. It's like, I find it almost boring to be at the game because it's like, no one's talking, no one's telling me what's happening. It's just not the same. Oops, sorry. J Project says, got better signal reports using alkalines over stock NEIMH and FRS radios. The increased voltage seems to help. It definitely gives you more power. That's absolutely true. And that's why I was using alkalines and those talkies, because they would give me probably a better signal. And these talkies were capable of handling that 3 extra volts of voltage, honestly. Yeah, Claude François, Jean Arrache, that happened in France, not here. Okay, I didn't know where it happened, but I know that one of the artists that changed it. So Claude François is that's the name of the guy that changed the light bulb and just electrocuted himself. EBB, nice to have you on board from South Korea. Did we ever have a South Korean before? I'm not sure. 6K2 EBB, welcome aboard, my friend. I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Man, Carol Burnett. There's tons of clips on YouTube of Carol Burnett that are just so fun to watch. Oh yeah, the TFP Taloa fishing. The Wi-Fi and radio combo is the Shoyoung LC90. I'll put it the name here. Shoyoung LC90. Here we go. Plus, it updates itself over the air. So if there's an update in firmware to fix things, you just put a little memory card in there and tell it to update through Wi-Fi. It actually works fine. It updates itself. And that's how it actually updated to a pretty amazing radio now. Andy knew I had one of the Tandy Radio Shack CBNLs. Can't remember which one. Kenan remembers the GE 40 channel cigarette lighter radio. Oh boy. Oh man. Aspire to Cycle. Nice to have you on board. I still remember CB call sign KARK0538. Wow. Thank you, Francis Moore, for the donation. It's much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yep. John Beckham. What a great CB walkie-talkie story. Yeah. I mean, that guy I knew was a loner. He was kind of one of those, one of those guys in schools that doesn't have friends, doesn't really fit with anybody. I was the guy that really didn't, I was in high school and even in like throughout school, I was the guy that was respected, but not necessarily popular. And it was fun. When you talk about like just being under the radar, you don't want to be that guy that's in like the spotlight, especially in school and even in high school. It's like, I don't want to be in the spotlight. I just want to be the guy under the radar. So I had my friends. Nobody would do anything. I was not bullied. People were just, I'm one of the guys. But I was a little big, like now. You see my shoulders. I'm a big guy, and I was a big guy then. Although slimmer, but still a bigger guy. So I don't know. Maybe that plays in the role. Nobody bullies the big guys because they're afraid. But I don't know. It was just under radar. I was talking to that with my friends. I was like, I was under radar. And my friends, people didn't care. But I was not the guy that was going to, like there was always those guys that were like the bullies were after them all the time. Now, I would not defend them, which is not necessarily the best thing because you technically shouldn't. But in high school, what do? You just stay back. You don't want to be the guy that's going to mess around and start getting trouble. I didn't want to have trouble, so you just don't say anything, even though you see the guy being bullied and you're like, yeah, that's not cool. But I would just, I'd just stay away. But him, I don't think he was bullied. He just didn't have any friends. And I had no problem with like, you don't have any friends. I don't want to be necessarily your friend, but I will not ignore or not talk to you. And so, even though we did not talk, we did know each other and where we lived relative to each other because we met up regularly in school. So, I thought it was cool because, well, okay, well, I don't necessarily want you to be my friend, and I know you're a loner, but at the same time, now we have CB radio where nobody knows we're here. My friends don't have CB radios. And the people that bully don't have CB radios. We're friends through radio. And maybe that's the way it is. That's the way it's cool. And but I will always remember her mom coming up to me being so I mean she almost had tears. There's like, somebody's talking to my son. You talk to my son. But, I talked to your son because your son isn't, like, he wasn't dumb. We had conversations and cool conversations through CB radio as teenagers. He would tell me, his feelings of ways that he was because he wasn't popular, and he would actually tell me because the perception, that's also the interesting thing about perception. He would tell me, well, you're popular in school, and I was like, well, I'm not popular. I'm pretty much being ignored, and it's totally fine with me that I'm being ignored. I don't want to be up there. I just want to be in my safe place where nothing happens. I just go to school, everything's fine, every day. And but for him, it was like, no, you're popular. People respect you. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just, I just don't want to be bullied. So it's like, I just shut up. That's the stuff. And I had one guy bully me once. Maybe that also played into account. I think it was in high school. I mean, my beginning of high school. And one day we were outside and he started like bullying me a little bit. And I pushed him down the steps of the school, which he fell up to the ground. And so I thought I was in big shit, deep shit. Like, okay, there he goes. I'm going to go to the director's office, and the principal's office, and he's going to, nope. He's just never complained about it. But he also never talked to me again after that. So I guess maybe that's part of the reason. It's like, yeah, this guy, if you bully him, he's going to freaking push you down the stairs, and you're going to be, But I wasn't a violent guy at all. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. The stuff that we go through and the people that we go through, and the fact that radio, like walkie-talkies back in the day, talking to that guy, meeting up with people in the park. I don't know. There's something cool with that. For me, it was so cool to have that talkie and to just talk to someone else that was like 10 streets away. And, let's come show me your talkie. Let's compare walkie-talkies. And I always had, I was always the guy that, I had a couple of friends, personal friends, that actually purchased Radio Shack walkie-talkies. Like they got them for Christmas or something by the parents because, Gilles got these talkies and it's fun, and he goes to the park and he talks to people, which once again, in that time period, your parents were not even thinking about it. He talks to strangers on the talkie, and your parents weren't worried. Your parents wouldn't even think about it. It's like, he talks to people. Yeah, I talk to people. I talk to strangers on the talkie. But then again, it was innocent and it was clean. And you know what? It's just the way it is. Man. Blogger Guy, what got me hooked on the radio, though, was picking up medium wave stations in Spanish in an old tube entertainment center. Of course. You hear stations from far away. You know what? One of my friends that is right now in the Gaspésie region, we had a long chat because he actually lives here in Montreal, but he's taking care now of his mom that lives alone in a home in her home in the Gaspésie area. And I say, you know what? If I didn't have my caregiving duties, I would actually go there and meet you up for a few days this summer. I've never seen that area before. I know that area is amazing, is beautiful. And I said, but I would bring my radio gear because now we're next to the Atlantic Ocean. I'd like to see what it's like to do ham radio or to listen to the radio next to the Atlantic Ocean and the East Coast. And the first thing that came to mind, his question was, you mean that here, because of the ocean, radio is better? And I said, absolutely. Radio signals over the salty oceans propagate a lot better than inland. I would hear things where you are that I cannot hear in Montreal or hear good enough in Montreal. So, people don't know anything about that. And he mentioned that when he was young, he was living in the Gaspésie area, and he said, I remember I tuned my mom's radio, and I heard a French language station with pop music in the 80s that came in, and it was really, really good, and it was from Laval, which is the city just north of Montreal. Back in that day, we had a station called CKLM 1570. That was a powerhouse station, 50,000 watts on 1570 kilohertz. It was heard up to Europe back in the day. And I said, well, I know what you were listening to. You were listening to CKLM 1570 kilohertz. That station was a powerhouse back in the day. And he heard that when he was younger, but he never, and that's the difference between maybe us and more, other people. He found it cool, but at the same time, it didn't trigger any other, interest in radio. Where us, we hear long distance stations when we were young, and it was like, wow, this is so cool. Can I hear some more? Can I do more? And this is where we are very different from a lot of people. It's like, this is something that became intriguing and something you really want to do and listen to. So 0 UTC, by the way, guys, means that on 11620 Radio Romania English.
Running in the defensive round at the position Dr. Simeon.
It's not very strong tonight. There's been nights and been better than that, but Kenneth, thanks for clearing out my hero watch. You wanted me to do it again? I can. Steve 0432, nice to have you here. Great story show, chatting on the walkie-talkie every Friday night. I think you made a difference in the mother's life and your friend. I guess. You know what? Here's the loner, and I guess maybe that made a big difference. I'd be curious today to see, what that person became. I'd be curious to see what's your life like now. It's someone that we didn't keep contact. So when we lost contact, I remember the way we lost contact is one Friday night after so many contacts. He wasn't there, and he wasn't there anymore. And I remember meeting his mom, and there was some kind of battle between the mom and the dad back in the day. One of those stupid battles is like, and he finally ended up going back to his dad, which lived out of town. And that's where I understood, it's like, oh, that's why I don't have my walkie-talkie pal on Friday night. He's gone, Yeah, a lot of people bring their own little portables for that reason, absolutely. I mean, it's extremely boring, even baseball games. You want to have the comments of the radio, it's much more interesting. It's boring if you're there. Let's face it. How boring is a baseball game? And I like baseball, but it's boring when you're there watching it. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, ball's going. It's like, oh, he caught the ball. And it's like, but you have that guy that's all hyped up on speeds or something. I don't know what, but he just talks to you in this, like, it's like, oh, okay, wow, okay, oh man, this, okay, I'm all excited now. That's why people bring their radios to listen. Andy knew it's funny, but those of us of a certain age, in my case 71, yearn for the old-time receivers, many valve powered, with lots of knobs and switches, and well, there is definitely something. I mean, I got this 1949 Westinghouse here. I listened to Shortwave on that, and I'm just so, it's like, this is so cool. You guys want to have a kitchen radio for you? I'd bring this in the kitchen. That would be my kitchen radio. There's something about it. But then again, you know what, Andy? What makes you vibe? What makes you find it so cool? It's totally our perception, knowing the electronics around it, the way that these things work, those old radios. I mean, half of the people, 90% of the people would walk here, look at this, and say, oh, an old radio. But we're beyond that. I look at the tubes light up inside it. I take pictures and I'm like, look at that. These tubes are doing the job. And we're beyond, it's just an old radio. We are in the mode of, wow, this is so incredible. Old electronics of the day, how it worked. And it made this work, actually, you know? Oh, man. Any new bring back Eddie Stone and the Rock Hall receivers? John Beckham says, Jill, you're like the mentor to your walkie-talkie friend. I guess. You know? It's one of those, you know, I'm going to see a book someday in some, you know, library, and it's going to be like, how my walkie-talkie friend saved my life. Like, huh, wait a minute, what's this? Nate Van Gilder says, I was hooked on radio in the 70s when my grandfather here in Ohio was able to talk DX to my uncle in Alabama. Yeah. John Beckham, I can remember meeting older people on CV, but they were nice and fun to talk with. Yeah, that's what I had. Fun older people, not creepy, you know, people that, I don't know. It was just great. Hey, Craig, welcome back. I'm sorry, I don't know what, you know, what, like, pushed you to go away. It's like you're so welcome here, Craig. And I answered so many things throughout the night, and you know, Balls Records. I was a kid that got bullied by the kids that got bullied. Oh man, you know, it's Swatcast. That statement is so true about radio signals being transmitted over ocean waves. I was stationed in the Navy in Hawaii. Yep. Kenneth, just watch if you went out off the beach with those critters out there. Jean-Laurent, the fact that the water is salty has nothing to do with propagation. Propagation is over waters, but no, salty water does have it does help. As much as salty water does actually conduct electricity much more, radio waves being a electrical part of a radio signal, the salty water is better than just a standard water. Like if you're in the Great Lakes where the water bodies are not salty, yes, it does improve. Salty water is even better. It does have a fact that it actually improves. Remember, salty water does conduct electricity a lot better. Yeah, Bob's Old Records, exactly. Aircraft on 13354 upper sideband. What do we have? Kevin Michael says 1570 is XERF Radio Frontera in Mexico. Jasmine, nice to have you here. Baseball and golf are the most boring sports to watch. Mike B, my grandfather would watch football or baseball on television with the volume down and listen to the radio broadcast. Old radios, my 1946 Magnavox set shortwave is great. Jeff K, am I late? Only, what? You're only 4 hours and 9 minutes late. Is that late? Andy New Jill, just having a pre-selector would be something to tweak. My kitchen radio would be a Collins 75A4 and worry about my electricity bill later. Hey, look, my I told you guys, and I have no idea because I have no pictures of that radio. And I'm so... You know what's cool today? Today, we take pictures of everything. We got a smartphone. It doesn't cost us anything. We take a picture and that's it. But back in those days, in the 80s, you'd take a picture with a camera and have to pay to develop that film. So people didn't take a lot of pictures. They took pictures of important events, important things. And what happens is and I do have 2 or 3 pictures that show part of it, but not the radio itself. And it's driving me nuts. So for some of you will remember the story. I'd say in 1985, 4-ish, my cousin had a World War II Canadian Army transceiver. It was a transceiver, but the transmitting tube was removed, probably because he got it somewhere where it's like, well, you're not allowed to transmit, so we're going to remove that tube. And I still remember the tube missing. So it became just a receiver. It was a 2-part device. It was a big radio at the top, a huge radio. And there was a speaker and power supply that would, I mean, that thing had 40 cables mixed in. It was like A, B, C, D, T. Like they were letters, so you just match the A with A and B with B and so on. Yeah, remember that it had that tuning. Remember those green tuning little V's that would just depending on the signal level, they would just open, expand, or come down. When I got that, it was not working. My cousin said, well, I got this cheap and it just doesn't work. But, my cousin was not very, technological or electronics it was not his thing, So my dad offered him, I think it was like $40 and said, I'm $40 for it. I'll bring it home. And my cousin was so sure that thing didn't work that he said, yeah, $40 for that junk. So it brings it home, and I think my dad knew that, if somebody can fix or make it work, my son's going to make it work. So he brought it home, and it was a huge thing. It weighed 100 pounds. And I'm not even joking, at least 100 pounds. I had to help my dad. Not the radio itself, the big chunk radio was heavy, but it was okay. It was the power supply on top. That thing was heavy. So we bring it on, and I start, I plug it in, flick a switch, nothing happens. Nothing's happening. Seems, maybe it's broken. Flick the switch off, and I start looking around and around, and in the back, there's that fuse holder. I just unscrewed the fuse holder, look, and I'm like, oh, the fuse is, I could see the filament of the fuse broken. It was like, oh, the fuse is broken. So I look, it's like, okay, 5 amps or 10 amps, I think it was 10 amps, 250 volts. So I go into my, as guys, we keep everything. Go into my little, drawers and, okay, oh, fuses. Okay, fuses. Oh, look at that. I don't have a 10 amp 250, but I got a 5 amp 250 volts. So I'm like, well, if it doesn't work, it's going to blow up, and it was because it's too small. So, but I was thinking of the fact that, well, it's a transmitter. Maybe the fuse is the fuse for transmitting. Just receiving maybe doesn't take that much power. And anyways, it was lower, so it was like, well, I'm not going to burn anything anyways. Put the fuse in, screw it back, flick the switch on. There was a big red light. There was like a, these radios that had these glass, looks like a diamond almost, to amplify the light from the bulb that's behind it. And it was all red. And it's like when I flicked it, I was like, look at that. I got a red light here. And it took 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and I hear static. And I start tuning around, and it works. It works great too. But I still remember, because that's Andy's electricity bill later. We didn't have air conditioning. That's July. It's hot like you can't imagine inside a house. And that thing is like a heater. It probably can heat a whole room just by itself. And I'm standing in front of that thing at 100 degrees in the house, switching and playing with it. And it's like, for some reason, the heat isn't a problem anymore. I'm just having fun with this radio. This is so cool. And I remember that the radio came with the rack, the big metal rack, which was on wheels. And I opened the drawer. There was one drawer in the bottom, and there was Canadian U.S. Navy manual for operating the radio. And it was like 1947 or something. And I was like, this is so cool. I feel like some kind of, Canadian military, some spy or something. And I tuned that thing. That thing is just amazing to tune. I would die to know what model that thing was today. And honestly, I have no pictures of it, and it drives me nuts that I had no freaking pictures of that thing. Craig had an appointment, dinner show, yeah. Unfortunately, that happens. There's a lot of that happens today, even more than before, I guess. Oh, man. Jasmine says, this may be a controversial opinion, but I don't get the attraction of old radios. It's hard to imagine being old, like 50 or 60, and looking at my AirSpy HF Plus Discovery and getting nostalgic. Well, you know what, Jasmine? What's the worst part of it? You will be nostalgic. You will not get tube radios. You will be in your 60s saying, oh, look at that. This is an AirSpy HF Plus I had when I was younger. Oh, man, and it still works. I want it. Don't worry, it's going to come to you. You'll be cursed with the controversial, I want my old radio back. But you know what? It all has to do also with, it's more than just radio. It's understanding and seeing how these old technologies work and still work today, honestly. Francis Moore, I listened to the FA Cup here in UK on the radio while cleaning my stone carving tools on a lonely sunny day. I was in the zone. A very good day. Yeah, it does. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you gotta do. You gotta occupy yourself, Francis. I know what you're talking about. Jeff K, tuning eyes. Keegan, there's a sentimental factor for me when it comes to older radios like those that belong to my late dad. That is also a different thing. I mean, I got my boombox, my mom's boombox. I don't want to part with it. It's nothing special as a technology radio point of view, but it was my mom's, and that's why I have it. I can't depart from it. There's different things that attach us to the stuff that we own and that we want. Old radio's history, aesthetics, and that stuff is what attracts me. John Arash, one of the things I wanted to know is can I find one of these tubes somewhere and put it back and have it as a transmitter? Would have been interesting. I mean, we all have, as Jasmine's talking, we all have nostalgia. Jasmine will find nostalgia, but it depends where. Nostalgia could be in every parts of our life and different things that happen in life. But so that's electrical hum of old radios with vacuum tubes. Old radios, I'm a history nerd, and I like having this type of old stuff with me. A photo or video doesn't do it for me. I regret because one day I turned it on and tons of smoke came out of the power supply. And at some point it was that big thing that weighed 10 tons in the corner. And we put it outside. And some guy in a pickup truck just passed by and it's like, oh, this looks cool. And he put it in his pickup truck. Today I'm thinking you could probably have it fixed by somebody. You should have it fixed by somebody. Maybe today you could still have it. It was just such a cool looking thing. But you're a teenager, so you don't realize these things, honestly. You have no recollection, don't realize anything about it. That you have something that maybe is special, very special. Ray Oxford, I put on my old Grundig A350 from the 80s, but it won't start up. Light comes on, but no sound. So much for nostalgia. Yeah. Matt says, back in the pre-internet age, radio had a magic sense about it. Something that could make you feel connected to. Keegan joined the Zoom for tomorrow. That's great. Don't worry, Jasmine. You'll be nostalgic about stuff. It comes with age. Yeah, nostalgia is not all negative. Nostalgia is cool sometimes. Absolutely. Nostalgia could be fun to play with sometimes. Yeah, Jasmine, that happens a lot. There's a lot of stuff like, I'm 56 and I go to karaoke, and there's a gang there that they're like, 60s, in their 60s or 70s, that I talk to, and they tell me sometimes, it's like, you look like a guy at 56 that has more energy than a lot of the younger guys there. They're going to sing a song. They're kind of boring. You're not. It's like, you got more energy than them. And all, it depends on everybody. It depends on how we want to live our life, honestly. Brian Weidenheimer, the military radio described sounds like a Canadian number 19 set. I would so much love to see a picture of something like that. Canadian Army number 19 set. Army radio. Yeah, well, yeah. Wireless set number 19. Yeah, no, it's not exactly like that. What I see is very, very big. I mean, when I say big, Radio Museum. Radio Museum. Any pictures? Yeah, that's not it. And when I say big, it was huge. Huge. It was a boat anchor, that's for sure. It was in two parts. And, dang. I don't know if there's any place where I could find old antique Canadian military receivers. Two Brook Tim says, I like the 1920s radio channel. Matt, they play 80s music in the grocery stores now. When I was a kid in the 80s, it was music. It's hard to see Guns N' Roses as my generation's music sometimes. You know, I always tell people, it's like the ads on TV are catered for a specific age range. And they're all like, really? Yeah. Did you notice that now Cadillac has girls just want to have fun in their music? Because they're catered to our age now. We are, you know, when we were young, old people bought Cadillacs. At 56, we're the ones buying Cadillacs. And that music they're playing reflects that. I'm sorry. It's just so funny. So I don't know. I'd like to find a picture of that. I can tell you, I would really, really, really like to see that radio and pictures. I would recognize it immediately if I actually had it on a picture. So it's like, you know, dubstep to be grocery store music. Oh, God. I mean, come on, this is just so funny. Yeah. This is life. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out, Brian. I wonder. There must be a picture of that radio somewhere. I mean, it was just that once again, for those that weren't there earlier, I was talking about, you know, the day we're gonna invent that, you know, headset that just extracts pictures and whatever's happening in your mind. You would have a picture, at least a partial picture of where, you know, what it looked like. I just am so sad that with the pictures I have of when I was there at home at the day, that I don't have a picture of the radio itself. It would have been so freaking cool to have that. Oh, man, I would love to see that radio again. I would like to play with that radio again. I mean, I had so much fun with that back in the day. It was just so cool. I remember my cousin, when he learned that my dad didn't know what I did, so he just said he fixed it, and it works. And I remember my cousin saying, okay, I'm going to give you your $40 back. Can I have it back? Because he was jealous. The reason he wanted to have it is because he wanted to have it working. And now it's like, yeah, well, you know, my 14-year-old kid fixed your radio. And I still remember that he was he came home once on visit, and he said, oh, well, so it works, and that it works. And it's like, yeah, no, you ain't going back home with that. It's mine now. It's mine. I had the knowledge. It's mine. It's mine. Brian says, I have a military surplus radio guide for radio amateur. I'll look and share with you. I have in use several surplus military set. It's sad because I don't remember there must have been a model number or something on that radio. I remember there's a big plate on the back with tons of info. And I wish I had that plate. If there's one thing that of all the radios I've departed from in life over years, there's one, and that one is, gang, you should have kept it. You should have, even if it didn't work, you should have kept it. And one day when I worked and I had a salary and everything, I could have get it fixed. Dang, that thing, it was heavy. I would have I kept it, honestly, moving from place to place. I guess I would have. I don't know. Would it be here? Maybe. I don't know. Joel Baker, is there a study guide that you recommend for preparing the American ham technician license? You probably have some guide. Maybe the ARRL has a guide, ARRL technician guide or manual. Yeah, the ARRL has one, I believe. And it's the ham radio license manual. And it is in its 5th edition. And it's a textbook to help you pass the technician class license exam. So they do have that. Wait a minute, check it out. Introduction. It's online, actually. It seems to be. So there's resources. Okay. Let me check it out here. You know what? I'm going to share this page with you from the ARRL. I think it's all here. And you'll see that there's a link to the online exam. So there's a link to the online exam, which is not, if you sign in, it's totally free. And it has the poll questions. So check this link here. Go check that out from the ARRL. There's a lot of stuff there. And there's a link to the question pool. Honestly, I will tell you one thing very specific. If you're good with electronics and everything, or good enough and understand it, you'll probably easily pass the exam by just looking at the book and stuff. But you know what? Go through the question pool and do it all the time. All the time. And you know what? Even there's stuff that you don't understand, you'll remember the correct answer. And you'll pass your test. It's not that difficult. Actually, the Canadian test is much more difficult than the American one. So I think you'll have all of that there. Mike Hill just went out and found my MLA30 lead cable cut. I was wondering why reception has been bad. I guess the signal is only from the coax from the house to yard, which wasn't very strong. Yeah, and it's an amplified antenna too. There's quite a lot of difference, Jean Arash. The a Canadian test is 100 questions, more complex and more complicated than the U.S. one. Everybody in the U.S. that looked at it and said, "Whoa, you guys have it harder than us." And it's like, yeah, I know. And also so in the U.S. they have the basic technical exam. They have the advanced. How many levels you got in the U.S., guys? Just add a question. Here in Canada, what we have is you have the basic. So when you get a ham, like that's what I have right now. I got a basic ham license, but there's an extra to it. In Canada, if your score is above 80% in your exam, you get what's called basic with honors. And this is what I have. So if you have 70% as a score, you're basic. Basic means 10 meters and up. You don't have HF capabilities below that. Then you have basic with honors, which is all the HF bands, all the privileges, almost. And then you got the advanced one, which actually gives you more power capabilities. It also more like you could set up a repeater, do things that the basic with honors cannot do. But in the U.S., the exam is actually simpler than what we have here in Canada in general. So technician, general, and extra. There's 3 levels. There's kind of 3 levels in Canada, which is basic with honors, and then the advanced. But it's it's different. Yep, coax publications. I have the old one here when I did pass my test. But and yep, there's a new question bank. They did do a update and an upgrade on the question bank now. Mike B, I hope that the radio model and that punk. Yeah, I'd like that. I'd like that so much, Mike B. That'd come in my dreams. Absolutely. Aspire to Cycle e-bike says, I just got the ARL hammer your manual, just starting. Go for it. Well, here on the band, well, I have to do one thing I want to do is post a little moment where it's like, hey, you guys, you want to do a ham radio contact? Let's try it, with the official Shortwave channel. So, anyways, hey guys, I'm going to say goodbye. I need to eat. I'm gonna order pizza right now. Thanks to your guys paying for my pizza. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. I do need to do a few things, including edit the International Radio Report show for tomorrow morning on CKUT. And I want to thank you all. Tomorrow, Zoom. Tomorrow is Zoom. Tomorrow is Zoom. Hope you guys join us tomorrow, 20 UTC, on Zoom for a cool moment together. Okay? It'd be a lot of fun to see you. Oh, the bad weather's starting. It's raining, and it's raining hard, and it's a lot of winds. So I think that maybe some bad thunderstorm is on its way. So see you tomorrow, guys, if possible. We got 37 people that have registered. Zoom link. You want to be there, Jasmine? I want to see you there. I'm going to give you the Zoom link. Give me 2 seconds here. Zoom link. Just register. Be there tomorrow, 20 hours UTC. Who wants to see Jasmine? I put my hand up. Here we go. 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to give you the link to the Zoom meeting tomorrow. Here we go. Zoom meeting. Here we go. I want to see you guys. I want to see as many people as possible to that Zoom. Here we go, guys. Jasmine. Zoom link. Here we are. That's the Zoom link. I want to see you guys. I want to see you, Jasmine. It doesn't matter if you're not on cam. Just as long as you're there. That's all that counts. And those that are afraid, don't want to be in cam or anything, don't worry. It doesn't matter. You can just be there. Okay? Thanks everybody for being here. Love you a lot. It's really cool. Aspire to cycle. A lot of us have faces for radio. So see you guys tomorrow, 20 hours Universal Time on Zoom. Let me just check out here. Anybody else has added themselves? Let me just check that out here. How many people we have as we're leaving? So here we go. Okay, I'm going to sign in. There we go. Meetings. We have, for the official Shortwave Zoom, oh boy, we have 45 people registered. 45, guys. So this is cool. I want to see all of you. And of course, if you can't, you can't. It's all right. You know, life is in the way sometimes. But I want to see you guys. Okay? It'll be a lot of fun. It'll be so different. Also to see your faces, if I see your faces. And I think there's hail falling. It's not just rain. So anyways, see you tomorrow. 20 hours Universal Time on a Zoom. Take care, guys. Love you all. Stay safe. And always cool to have you here. Okay? See you next week for those that won't be here tomorrow. And for those that will be here tomorrow, this is pretty cool. So take care, guys. The weather, let me see if I can show the weather. The best way to do it would be like this. I don't know if you're going to see much, though. I'm just going to put okay, let me just check it out here. I can bring this down. Okay, here we go. This is my big fat belly. Let's see if you guys can see anything from out there. This is what it looks like. And it's raining. And we're having a thunderstorm right now. So this is what it looks like right now. So take care, guys. Love you all. Stay safe. See you tomorrow for those that we see tomorrow. And of course, as I'm taking the camera off, it's raining more and winding more. That's the way it is. So take care, guys. Love you all. Stay safe. Always fun to be here. And thanks for the donations, guys.